This was literally the only camp I've ever been at, so I have no idea what's normal and what isn't. But looking back, I can say this: nothing about that place felt right. It was more like a prison than a camp, and I was stuck inside it for a week. It started when my stepfather said I needed to go. I was 12 at the time, not religious at all, really. I didn't go to church, barely even prayed. But he was deeply religious. He believed in all that stuff: Bible verses, punishment, healing through faith. The camp was supposed to fix kids like me, kids who didn't fit the mold or who were broken in his eyes. I didn't want to go, but I had no say. The bus ride was long and boring, and I sat with a few other kids I didn't know. Nobody talked much. We all looked tired, scared, or just numb. When we got there, the place looked old, but well kept. Tall trees all around. A big sign that said the name of the camp, something about discipline and faith. There were other kids waiting too, some crying, some looking stiff and scared. We were herded inside a big building where we would stay. They called them dorms, but I didn't see anything dorm-like about them. Concrete floors, concrete walls, cold and gray. There were no windows that opened, just small glass panes that let in some light but no fresh air. For bunk beds in each room, no dressers, no lockers, nothing to keep your things in except a small metal hook on the wall. Boys and girls were kept separate at all times. We weren't allowed to talk to each other. Even when we lined up for lunch, the lines were separate. The camp staff made sure we stayed apart, watched us like hawks. One of the strangest things I remember was the rules about going to and from the pool. If you were a girl, you had to be dressed head to toe in modest clothes. Long sleeves, pants, hats, everything. No exceptions. But the boys didn't have to do that. They wore swimsuits and walked freely. If the girls passed the boys on the way, we were told to look away. Like literally, if you accidentally looked at a boy, you'd get in trouble. I never understood why. It felt like they were teaching us to be ashamed of our own bodies. But the boys could just be themselves. Most of the days were spent inside those concrete rooms, which we called prison bunks, because that's exactly how they felt. The only thing we were allowed to do was memorize Bible verses. The camp had a weird system. For every verse you memorized, you earned the right to unlock some activity. But it wasn't the kind of fun you'd expect at a camp. The activities were supervised closely, mostly quiet and boring. Maybe some crafts or a little bit of time outside, but always under watch. I tried to memorize the verses at first, hoping I could get the activities and make my days less awful. But the verses were hard to understand, and I wasn't religious, so it all felt meaningless. I remember thinking about just breaking my arm or doing something to get out of there. It was a horrible thought, but I was desperate. I wanted out so badly that I even debated hurting myself. Not because I wanted to be hurt, but because my stepfather believed this camp would cure us of everything wrong by making us suffer in faith. I wanted to be done with it, done with all the pain of feeling trapped. When I arrived, they gave me a thin blanket and a pillow. The bed was hard and cold. I could hear other kids in the next room crying quietly at night. I didn't dare make a sound. The walls were thin, and you could hear footsteps in the hall. Every noise made me jump. The counselors, if you could call them that, were cold and distant. They didn't smile or try to comfort anyone. They just barked orders, made sure we stayed in line, and watched us like guards. At first, I tried to find something to hold on to, some reason to keep going. But the more I stayed, the more the boredom and loneliness ate at me. I missed my mom, missed my real home, missed being normal. Each morning, after a cold breakfast, we were taken to a small room with a table and chairs. The counselors handed out Bible verses printed on cards. We were told to memorize them word for word. If you got it right, you could unlock an activity for that day. But the verses were long, and the counselors didn't care if you understood them. They only wanted to see you repeat them perfectly. One verse was about sin, another about punishment, another about forgiveness. It all felt like a lecture on how broken we were, how sinful we were, and how the only way to be saved was to follow their rules without question. If you messed up, you had to start over. No mercy. When you memorized enough verses, you got to do an activity. But it wasn't like the fun you imagine at summer camp. Sometimes, it was a short walk outside to a small clearing surrounded by trees. No running or playing, just walking, quiet. Other times, it was sitting on a bench by the pool but not allowed to swim. The boys got to swim freely, but girls only got to sit and watch while fully clothed. One day, we were allowed to do some crafts, painting crosses or making bookmarks with Bible verses on them. But even then, the counselors watched us closely, making sure no one went off the rules. The strict separation between boys and girls was constant. If we crossed paths, we had to look away, keep our eyes down. There was a sense that anything natural or normal about being around the opposite sex was considered sinful. I remember one time we were lining up to go to lunch. The boys' line was right next to the girls'. Some boys started whispering and laughing. A counselor immediately shouted at us to stop looking at them and to keep silent. It felt like we were treated like prisoners, not kids. Every day, the pressure to memorize verses got heavier. I felt like I was drowning. I hated the verses. I hated the way the counselors looked at me like I was broken. I started to hate myself. One night, I lay in my bunk staring at the ceiling, thinking about breaking my arm. I thought if I hurt myself badly enough, they'd send me to a hospital and I could get out. But I was scared of the pain, scared of what might happen next. By the third day, I was exhausted. I couldn't focus on the verses anymore. My head hurt. My body ached from sitting still so much. I started to realize this wasn't a camp. It was a prison, a punishment, a place to break us down and build us back up the way they wanted. One afternoon, after failing to memorize a verse, I slammed my head against the concrete wall. The counselors pulled me away quickly. I was sent to a quiet room for an hour. It was even colder and darker than the dorms. In the quiet room, I sat alone with nothing but my thoughts. No books, no Bible, no blankets, just silence. I thought about my stepfather and how he believed this place would fix me. I thought about how wrong he was. By the last day, I was a shell of myself. I barely spoke, barely ate. When it was finally time to leave, I packed my things in silence. I looked at the other kids, many of them crying quietly. We didn't say a word to each other. The bus ride back was just as quiet as the way there. When I got home, my stepfather asked if I had learned anything. I didn't say much. Looking back, I learned a lot. I learned that forcing someone into belief doesn't work. I learned that cruelty and shame don't fix people. I learned that there are places out there that look like camps but feel like prisons. Most of all, I learned to trust myself. To this day, I don't remember the Bible verses I memorized there, but I remember the feeling of being trapped. And I never want to feel that way again. The camp didn't fix me. It broke me, but it also made me stronger. When I left, I knew I didn't have to believe what someone else forced on me. I was allowed to think for myself. I was allowed to heal in my own way. That week taught me to fight for my own freedom, not just from that camp, but from the people who tried to control me. I'm not religious now, and I never will be because of that camp. But I don't hate faith. I hate being forced to fake it and being punished for not fitting someone else's idea of perfect. That camp was a prison, but I escaped, and I'm still free. I don't remember what year it was exactly, but I can still smell the mildew in those cabin walls. It was the kind of summer where the sweat behind your knees stuck to the vinyl seats in the van, where bug spray left sticky residue on your fingers for hours, and your socks were never fully dry. That was the year I really started to feel like I had two separate lives. One during the day when I flew down a zip line like I was weightless, and another at night where I had to sit on a damp folding chair, surrounded by tiki torches and bug zappers, while a grown man yelled about hell. Camp /redacted. That's what they called it, but I swear they never had a sign. It was small, too small to be on Google Maps. One long gravel road that ended in a loop where the vans turned around and the rest of us got off with our duffels and sleeping bags, our sunscreen bottles and notebooks full of memory verses. I was there from 6th grade all the way through 9th, always with my best friend and always for the wrong reasons. The daytime was worth it. The rafting, the climbing, the canoes, the kind of risky, rough and tumble fun you couldn't get back in our school. But nightfall was a whole different thing. You'd hear the bell ring around 7 p.m., and we'd all shuffle into the woods in our still damp bathing suits and t-shirts, following a line of tiki torches that blinked like weak fireflies along a trail beaten into the dirt. It ended in a big beige tent. Army surplus, probably. Flaps open. Crickets going nuts. And inside were rows of mismatched plastic chairs set up in front of a small stage made of stacked plywood and a big wooden cross someone clearly built with 2x4s and way too many nails. I always knew when we were getting close because I'd smell citronella and burnt bug zapper and hear the sound of that damn portable speaker screeching with feedback. That's where it always happened. Every night. First, they'd sing songs, not fun ones. Songs where we had to hold our hands up, even if it was raining. They liked to call it praise. I remember one time someone got in trouble for not raising their hands during the slow song. They pulled her aside afterward and told her the devil makes us hide from God. All she did was cross her arms. Then came the preaching, and it wasn't soft either. It wasn't gentle. They didn't talk about love or peace or any of the stuff we were told Jesus was supposed to be about. They talked about hell. They talked about how Satan could get into our schools, our homes, even our toothpaste, like fluoride was a moral threat. I swear to God, they once told us Skittles were gay candy. They warned us about TV shows that taught witchcraft like Sabrina or Friends or even Arthur, because they said the aardvark taught rebellion. But the worst part of every summer was the last night. The cross night. They made it seem holy. They lit more torches than usual and moved the tent flaps to make it feel closed in. Everyone got a little square of paper and a pencil stub. We were told to write down our sins, whatever was eating us up inside. I was 12 the first time, and I remember being confused because I didn't feel eaten up by anything. I just didn't believe in this stuff. But I didn't want to be the only kid with a blank slip of paper, so I wrote something stupid. Big stinky butthole. And every year after that, that was my sin. Not out of disrespect, not even as a joke. It was like a ritual, like I needed something stupid to break the tension. It made me laugh inside. Me and my best friend would try to catch each other's eye while the rest of them sobbed during "Open the eyes of my heart, Lord." If she cracked a smile, I'd win. If I did, she'd win. It was our way of surviving it. But then came that one year, 9th grade, the last year we went. That was the summer when things got off. Not just creepy. Not just fire and brimstone weird, felt dangerous. It started with our counselor. She was maybe in her early 20s, blonde, peppy, and overly familiar. She kept calling herself a broken vessel, which honestly sounds cool until you hear someone say it 10 times in one night. The first night, she pulled all of us girls into the corner of the cabin and gave this weird talk about purity. I thought she was going to say the usual stuff about not having sex until marriage. But she veered off the road. Started talking about how, when she was our age, she thought BJs didn't count. She said, "I gave so many, y'all. I thought I was doing the Christian thing." And she laughed, like it was funny, then got sad, like it wasn't. Told us now her fiancé cried about it sometimes. I didn't even know what a BJ was until that night. Had to figure it out from context. That was the first red flag. The second was how she started watching us sleep. I woke up one night to go pee, and she was sitting on the edge of her bunk, staring out across the room. Not reading, not looking at her phone, just sitting, watching. I got up and stepped on a creaky board, and her head snapped toward me like a raccoon in the headlights. She smiled, didn't say a word, just watched me until I left the cabin. I didn't sleep much that night. During the days, things were mostly the same. The guides ran the rafting trips. The counselors mostly hung back. But even in the fun stuff, something was different that year. We weren't allowed to buddy up like before. They assigned us spiritual accountability partners. And mine was this girl named Madison who didn't blink much and kept trying to tell me how to pray in tongues. She said she'd been chosen during last year's cross night. I didn't know what that meant, but it made me nervous. Midway through the week, someone went home. We weren't told why. She was just gone. Her bunk stripped, her name crossed off the prayer wall. Nobody spoke about it. The counselor said she was called back to her family. That was it. But my friend whispered to me that she saw her crying behind the cafeteria before breakfast. Saw one of the staff talking to her, their hands on her shoulders, the kind of talk that made you freeze in place if you happened to walk by. She said the girl looked terrified. Then came the last night. Cross night. We all knew the drill by then. Sit in a circle. Write down your sins. Pray silently while the counselors passed around hammers and long nails. The cross was still there, pounded into the ground like a grave marker. Everyone got up one by one to nail their sin to it. But this time, something changed. The preacher, a man who looked like every cartoon lumberjack with a neck vein that pulsed like a metronome, asked us to come up again after the first round. Said, "Some of you are still hiding." Said, "God knows what's on your real list." And then he told us to write another sin, a deeper one. He called it digging out the rot. My paper was already in the wood. Big stinky butthole. That was it for me. I didn't feel like I had rot, but they wouldn't let us go back to our cabins until we'd all written a second one. That's when I noticed something. Some of the kids were crying harder than before. One boy was shaking, not in a dramatic way either, in a real whole-body tremble kind of way. One girl next to me had her sleeves pulled down over her hands, even though it was boiling hot under the tent. And when the preacher asked her if she'd written something yet, she flinched. That's when I started to realize what was happening. Some of these kids weren't writing sins. They were confessing things they hadn't done wrong, things that had happened to them, things someone else had done. And I think the preacher knew, because after the tent meeting, we didn't go back to our cabins. They broke us into smaller groups, took us into side tents, asked follow-up questions. I was in the older girls' tent. My counselor came with us. So did another man I hadn't seen all week. He had a clipboard. He didn't introduce himself. They asked about what we'd written, asked what kind of websites we'd visited, asked if any of us had struggled with purity or had inappropriate dreams. I said no. So did my friend. But they kept pressing. Said sometimes the enemy planted things in our hearts and we didn't know they were there. It wasn't a meeting. It was an interrogation. I started to panic. I kept thinking about that girl who left, the one who was crying. What did she say that made them send her home? Or maybe she didn't want to say something and that's why they forced her out. When we finally got back to the cabin, it was past midnight. My friend and I didn't speak. We just crawled into our bunks. I didn't sleep. In the morning, everything felt wrong. The preacher was gone. Nobody mentioned it. The man with the clipboard was gone too. My counselor looked exhausted, but kept trying to smile like nothing had happened. At breakfast, my friend and I sat as close to the exit as we could. We whispered about running. Not literally, but just not coming back. Ever. We'd tell our parents we hated it, that it wasn't fun anymore, that we wanted to try a different camp. Anything that didn't involve hammers and tiki torches and second sins. But the real scare came during checkout. Our parents lined up in their cars. We had to wait in the gravel lot with our bags. And as I was climbing into the back seat, one of the adult staff, the guy with the clipboard, came over to my mom's window. He smiled real wide, bent down, said, "She's a sweet girl, got a lot of light in her. Just keep an eye on what she's watching at home. Satan's always looking for cracks." My mom laughed it off, said thanks. Nine summers total, 5 as a camper, 4 more as a counselor, and not once did I feel like I walked away with any of the stories I'd hear from others later. Stories about girls being humiliated over clothing by pastors' wives, boys getting paddled by counselors for mouthing off, or kids hiding in bathrooms to avoid small group prayer sessions. The most I ever saw was a kid who dislocated his elbow during a relay race, and even then, the worst part was how long he was left in pain because his parents refused to let us take him to the ER. They made us drive him 3 hours home with his arm wrapped in a towel and cradled in his lap, wincing every time the van hit a bump. But that was more about his parents than the camp, right? That's what I kept telling myself. The thing is, when something's been normal for long enough, you stop noticing what's wrong with it. And if you're not the one getting hit or being called out from the stage or being told your salvation didn't take, you start to think you've just been spared, that maybe you slipped through the cracks, that maybe God really was watching over you in some way, until one summer you can't pretend anymore. It was my fourth and last year as a counselor. I had just finished my second year of college and come back home for the summer, mostly because I couldn't afford to stay on campus. I didn't have a car, so I moved back into my old bedroom at my parents' house, right where I'd started. They were still attending the IFB church I grew up in, still part of the same tight little ecosystem that never really changed. Same people, same gossip, same stale smiles every Sunday. I tried to keep my head down. I didn't want to start any fights. I was already on thin ice with my parents after deciding to go to a liberal state university instead of the small Bible college they wanted. Church camp seemed like a way to make peace. I'd done it before, knew the rules, knew how to survive it. I told myself, just one more week, one more ride in the church van, one more cabin full of sweaty teenage boys, one more week of fried food and lukewarm sermons. Then I'd be free to go back to school and breathe again. That year, we went to the same campgrounds as always. Same long dirt road leading into the woods, lined with pine trees and scattered with deer ticks and poison ivy. Same wooden cabins, all with warped floors and thin mattresses that smelled like mildew no matter how much Febreze you sprayed. The camp had a chapel made from an old pole barn with folding chairs inside and a handmade plywood pulpit. The bathrooms were in a cinder block building that you could only reach by walking down a hill, which was the worst in the dark. Flashlights never lasted more than 2 nights. I was assigned to cabin 6 again, which I'd been in before. 12 bunks, 1 box fan, and 2 windows that barely opened. It was always too hot or too cold. This time, I had 9 campers assigned to me. Most were boys from our church's junior high group, and I already knew them pretty well. But there were a few from other churches who were put in with us because they were short on counselors. One of those boys was named Caleb. I remembered Caleb from the previous year. Quiet, kind of awkward, very serious. He was from a church on the other side of the state, one of the smaller IFB ones that only brought a handful of kids each summer. I didn't remember anything bad about him, just that he kept to himself and followed the rules. This year, though, he looked different, thinner, paler. He didn't make eye contact. He moved like someone who had learned to be invisible. I should have paid more attention. The first couple of days went fine, if boring. Morning chapel, sports tournaments, modesty checks before the swim hour, and long evening services where sweaty teenagers sat in folding chairs and were screamed at about hell for 90 minutes. I knew the schedule like the back of my hand. I could fake smile through the altar calls, clap along to the worship songs, and even lead a devotional without flinching. I didn't believe most of it anymore, not really, but I also didn't want to make waves. I figured I could endure one more week, one more sermon about rock music, one more trust fall exercise, one more round of Jesus Loves Me, sung half-heartedly at breakfast. But on Wednesday night, things changed. It started with a smell. I had just come back from the counselor meeting in the dining hall, where they gave us our talking points for the night's devotional: obedience, submission, fear of God, the usual. When I opened the cabin door, the heat hit me in the face like a wet blanket. The box fan had stopped working. All the boys were in their bunks, most of them pretending to sleep. I walked toward the back of the room, where my cot was set up between the back bunks, and that's when I caught the smell. Sharp, sour, almost metallic. It reminded me of something rotten, like meat left in the sun. I stopped walking. It was coming from Caleb's bunk. He was in the bottom bed near the corner, curled up under a thin blanket. I looked at him. He was breathing slow and shallow. I didn't want to wake him. I told myself maybe he was just sweating. Maybe he hadn't showered after the obstacle course that day. But it didn't smell like sweat. It smelled like infection. The next morning, Caleb didn't come to breakfast. I checked the bunk. He was still lying down, eyes open, staring at the ceiling. His blanket was soaked through. I touched his forehead and felt the heat rising off him like a stove burner. He didn't say anything, just kept staring. I waved over another counselor and asked him to get the camp nurse. 10 minutes later, she showed up with a thermometer and a bottle of ginger ale. His temperature was 103.4. She said he probably had a stomach bug, maybe the heat. She gave him 2 Tylenol and told him to rest. I asked if we should call his parents. She said we should wait and see. By lunch, Caleb was worse. He couldn't sit up. He tried to walk to the bathroom and collapsed halfway down the trail. The nurse came back, checked his temperature again, and this time it was over 104. She still didn't want to call an ambulance. Said she didn't want to cause panic or bother the parents if it wasn't serious. That's when I started to feel something I hadn't felt before. Not anger, at least not yet. Not even fear. Just a deep, gnawing unease, like something was broken, but no one around me wanted to see it. I asked again if we could call Caleb's parents. The nurse said we could try, but it would be better if we let the church handle it. I didn't understand what that meant. The camp director came to speak with me that evening. He said they had talked to Caleb's parents and they didn't want him taken to a hospital. They said it was probably spiritual warfare, that he needed to pray, that if it was serious, God would intervene. I don't remember what I said. I think I nodded. I think I walked away. That night, I stayed awake beside Caleb's bunk. He was shaking. His skin looked gray. He hadn't eaten all day, hadn't drunk anything except a few sips of ginger ale. He moaned in his sleep, twitched, sometimes whispered under his breath. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have a phone. None of the counselors did. We were expected to turn them in at the start of the week, so we wouldn't be distracted. Only the staff had phones, and only the camp director had the keys to the office. Around 3 a.m., I walked out to the clearing near the chapel. The air was heavy, humid. Crickets were screaming in the woods. I just stood there, staring at the stars, trying not to cry. I felt helpless. More than that, I felt complicit, like I was watching something terrible happen and letting it happen because I didn't want to get in trouble. That was the moment everything changed for me. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At sunrise, I went straight to the director's cabin. I banged on the door until he opened it. I didn't ask. I didn't explain. I told him I was taking Caleb to the hospital, with or without permission. He didn't stop me. I carried Caleb to the van myself. One of the cooks helped me. He didn't say anything, just handed me the keys. I don't know if he'd been told to or if he just understood. I didn't care. We drove 2 hours to the nearest urgent care. Caleb was barely conscious by the time we got there. They admitted him right away and transferred him to a larger hospital that night. Turned out he had a ruptured appendix. He was septic. If we had waited another day, he could have died. His parents didn't show up until the next morning. They blamed me for taking him without permission. I didn't go back to the camp after that. That week became the moment I stopped pretending I had gotten lucky. The camp hadn't spared me. It had trained me to ignore suffering, to defer to authority, to obey instead of act. The fact that nothing had happened to me didn't mean I hadn't been shaped by it. For years, I thought the worst thing I'd seen was a boy riding home with a dislocated elbow. But this was worse, not just because it almost killed someone, but because everyone around me had decided it was acceptable. That pain was just a test. That death was better than disobedience. That control mattered more than care. Caleb recovered eventually. I don't know where he is now. I hope he left that church. I hope he found something better. I hope he knows it wasn't his fault. As for me, I never went back to church after that summer. I stopped calling myself lucky. I started using other words. And when people ask me now if I have any horror stories from church camp, I don't tell them about ghosts or strange sounds in the woods. The summer I spent at that Mormon girls' camp was one of the more unusual experiences of my teenage years. I went every year for about 6 years, not because I was Mormon, but because most of my closest friends were, and it was just easier to come along than to make separate plans. The camp itself was set deep in the woods, near a slow-moving river that stretched like a silver ribbon across the landscape. It wasn't what you might imagine as some spooky, isolated place. It was peaceful and green, with tall pines shading the tents and cabins. The smell of pine needles and dirt mixed with campfire smoke was everywhere. The air was always thick with the sound of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl in the evening. The camp was structured with some religious activities planned, but it was pretty casual about participation. If you wanted to join in prayers or testimony sharing, you could, but no one forced it. That was good for me since I didn't have much to say on those topics. Most girls would quietly share about their faith, their struggles, and how the church helped them through tough times. I usually sat and listened or just drifted off to look at the trees. Sometimes I felt like an outsider, but the girls never pushed me out. They were generally kind, even if they were wrapped up in their own world of beliefs. There was one girl, though, E, who stood out every year I was there. She was the opposite of the camp vibe. E was a goth kid in a sea of pastel dresses and braided hair. She wore dark clothes, always with cat ears perched on her head, and she had this habit of meowing at people in a half-joking, half-defiant way. It wasn't exactly the kind of behavior the camp expected, and I got the sense that she was there because her parents forced her to come. She never really wanted to be there, and it showed. That year was different because E's little sister came along, too. The younger girl was just starting to dress like her sister. Dark clothes, eyeliner, and all. They both seemed like they wanted nothing to do with camp life. The week started rough, with both of them having mini breakdowns during meals or religious sessions. You could tell the older sister was trying to keep it together, but she was barely holding on. The little sister cried in the shower one day. Most girls gave them space, but a few of us wanted to make sure they felt included, or at least not totally isolated. He eventually started hanging out with us more during free time. We'd float on the river, letting the current carry us lazily downstream, or take long walks through the woods. She was quieter during these times, less guarded. For a moment, it seemed like she might even be enjoying herself. She wasn't meowing or acting out as much. Felt like she was breaking out of her shell, even if just a little. One afternoon, after a long float down the river, we were heading back to camp. I was standing behind E, and one of my friends decided to pull a prank. Tap someone lightly on the shoulder, then slide to the side as if someone else did it. The next thing I knew, he spun around and punched me hard in the stomach, knocking the wind out of me. She ran off, and I stood there, stunned, more confused than hurt. I never figured out why she hit me. Maybe she was startled, or maybe she just didn't like being touched. Whatever the reason, it was one of those moments that stuck with me. Back at camp, we were told to wait inside our A-frame cabin until the Brotherhood came. The Brotherhood was a small group of men from the church ward with authority to handle bigger discipline issues. They accompanied the camp and dealt with problems beyond what the counselors could manage. We sat on the lower level of the A-frame, and E had beaten us there, taking the top level, this slanted attic-like space that overlooked where we were sitting. Then things took a strange turn. We started hearing a splatter sound, water dripping and splashing. I looked up to see E pouring a thick mixture of water and dirt down the slanted walls of the A-frame, sending it splashing onto our sleeping bags. We were sitting below, suddenly covered in dirty water. The smell of wet earth mixed with sweat filled the air. The counselors noticed the noise and came over to investigate. As one of them approached, E started pelting them with lemon heads, the small, hard, sour candy. It was like she'd found a new weapon and was having a little fun with it. The lemon heads bounced off the counselors' heads and shoulders, and they yelled at us to stay down on the lower floor to avoid getting hit or dirted further. E hissed at the counselors from the top level while continuing to pour dirt water onto us below. The mix of the dirty water, the candy pelting, and her defiant attitude made the moment surreal. She was like a storm trapped inside the A-frame, lashing out in frustration and rebellion. We all just hunkered down, soaked and sticky, waiting for the Brotherhood to arrive. Eventually, the men showed up, and the situation calmed down. E was pulled aside for a serious talk, and the rest of us cleaned up and tried to dry our stuff as best as we could. The dirt smell lingered in our clothes and hair for days. That summer and the years that followed, I never really found out what happened to E. I saw her at school sometimes, always the same goth girl with cat ears and a hard stare. But at camp, that moment was a rare crack in her armor. A moment where she let her anger and frustration show in a way none of us could ignore. It wasn't scary in a ghost story sense, but it was a glimpse into a young girl struggling against expectations and trying to find her place in a world that didn't quite accept her. The camp kept moving on, with new girls and new stories every year. But that image of E, throwing dirt water and candy from the top of the A-frame, stuck with me longer than most memories from those summers. It was real, messy, and chaotic, all at once. And it reminded me that sometimes the most interesting stories aren't about monsters or ghosts, but about people and the battles they fight in silence. When I was 13, my mom signed me up for a summer dance camp in the mountains. It was supposed to be 2 weeks long, deep in some national forest in Oregon, and mostly focused on ballet and modern dance. I didn't have any close friends going, but my mom thought it would be good for me to get out of my comfort zone. I was awkward, not super athletic, but I loved music and movement, so I agreed. I didn't dig deep into the brochure she showed me. It had some smiling girls in leotards, a big outdoor wooden lodge, and promised creative expression in a supportive, uplifting environment. Sounded all right. I didn't know the camp was religious. I mean, not just religious. It was run by a church, something Pentecostal, though I didn't know what that meant at the time. And almost everything was steeped in Bible verses and smiling counselors with acoustic guitars strapped to their backs. There were rules posted in our cabins. Girls had to wear long skirts during mealtimes, no tank tops or short shorts, no suggestive movements in our choreography, and there was a whole section about spiritual reflection being mandatory. Still, I didn't panic right away. I'd grown up in a small town in Washington where people prayed before meals, went to church on Sundays, and said, "God bless," after sneezing. I wasn't religious myself, but I wasn't totally new to the idea of people thanking Jesus for their mashed potatoes. I figured I'd just keep my head down, dance, and deal with the prayers. The campgrounds were way out there. Nothing but pine trees, dusty roads, and the loud hum of cicadas at dusk. No cell signal, no Wi-Fi, no paved roads once you passed the main highway. I remember how quiet everything got when the bus full of campers finally stopped, the engine cut, and we all filed out into the dry heat. It smelled like wood smoke and dirt. My boots sunk a little into the pine needle floor when I stepped off. The cabins were old, simple wooden things with creaky floorboards and windows that barely slid open. I was in Cabin Esther. All the cabins were named after women in the Bible. We had 8 girls in ours, all around my age, and a counselor named Becky, who looked maybe 20 but acted like she was 40 and homeschooled. The other girls seemed nice enough, though very bubbly, very Christian, and a little too into the uplifting vibe. I didn't see anyone roll their eyes at the group prayers or the praise before practice chants. The first day was uneventful. We had a short orientation, got assigned bunks, learned the layout of the campgrounds, met the choreographers, all women, all modestly dressed, one even wearing socks with sandals, and had our first basic warm-up session. The camp was split into different focus groups: ballet, hip-hop, contemporary, and interpretive worship dance. I was put into contemporary, which was fine by me. Meals were served in a big wooden mess hall. There were a lot of songs. Every time someone dropped a fork, the whole table sang some dumb, "Oops, Jesus loves you" chant. After dinner that first night, we were told to head to the campfire circle near the lake for spiritual reflection and community praise. I assumed it would be a few songs, maybe a story from the Bible, then bed. I was very wrong. We walked to the campfire area as the sun was setting. The lake beside it was almost too still, like glass, with huge trees casting shadows across the surface. There were benches in a circle and a small fire pit in the middle. A few counselors had guitars and someone brought a gem drum. As we sat down, someone handed me a paper with lyrics to about 20 praise songs I'd never heard of before. A few had dance moves printed under the verses. The singing started normal, basic campfire stuff, lots of Jesus love and clapping hands. But after about 20 minutes, things shifted. The tempo got faster. People stood up. Then someone near the front raised her arms straight into the sky and started screaming. Not in pain, not in fear. It was more like how people scream at a rock concert, except it wasn't words. It wasn't English. It wasn't even gibberish. It was something I'd never heard before. She yelled out this stream of random syllables. Her eyes rolled back, mouth wide open. Then another girl stood up and did the same. Then a counselor. Then everyone. The whole group of them. Dozens of campers and staff, all moaning, yelling, some crying. some speaking in fast, weird syllables that made no sense. Some people were shaking, some on their knees, some with their hands to the sky like they were channeling lightning. It felt like the forest around us went quiet, like even the birds were watching. I froze. I was 13, sitting on a wooden bench, clutching this crumpled paper of praise lyrics, heart pounding. I had no idea what I was looking at. I wasn't dumb. I'd seen movies, read books, but nothing had prepared me for this. I didn't even know the term speaking in tongues back then. All I knew was that this wasn't normal. One girl a few seats from me started crying hard, rocking back and forth, muttering things like, "Shalaba Karolo Ta," over and over. A counselor knelt beside her and held her head gently, whispering, "Let it flow. Let the Spirit speak." My stomach turned. I wanted to leave, but we were told to stay seated, to absorb the Spirit, to remain in His presence. I sat there for what felt like hours, sweat dripping down my back, surrounded by people making noises that didn't sound human anymore. I looked over at the lake once and swore I saw someone walk into it fully clothed, arms raised to the sky, like they were trying to baptize themselves. Eventually, it calmed down. The music faded, the fire burned lower, and people began hugging and weeping and murmuring soft prayers. When they dismissed us back to our cabins, I didn't speak. Neither did anyone else in my group. Becky, our counselor, looked tired and red-eyed but smiled and said we'd talk about how God moved tonight in the morning. I barely slept. The girl in the bunk under me kept whispering things in tongues in her sleep. The next few days got weirder. Each morning started with group prayer, then Bible study, then dance practice. The dance sessions were fine, honestly, structured, sweaty, mostly normal. But the evenings always ended in those praise sessions that became mini breakdowns. More speaking in tongues, more shaking, more crying. People started bragging about how deep they went with the Spirit. Some claimed they saw visions. One girl said she saw a glowing man behind the trees. Another claimed to have spiritually battled a demon during worship. I just stayed quiet. I kept thinking it would stop, that someone would notice how messed up it all was. But no one did. The camp was completely self-contained. No phone, no outside contact. We were told not to write anything negative in the postcards they made us send home midweek. One girl who tried to say she was homesick got pulled aside for spiritual counseling. By the 5th night, I'd had enough. My plan was simple, fake sick. I told Becky I had a stomachache. She prayed over me for 15 minutes, but eventually let me stay back in the cabin while the rest of the group went to the fire circle. Once they left, I grabbed my backpack, stuffed it with my water bottle, a sweatshirt, my flashlight, and some trail mix from my bunkmate's stash. I was going to walk the access road back to the highway. I remembered the directions from the bus ride. I figured if I kept walking east, I'd hit the service road in a few hours. Maybe find a ranger station or hitch a ride. Anything. I waited until the group was fully out of sight, then slipped out the back door and started walking. It was dark. No moon. Just the sounds of the forest and my boots crunching on gravel. I stayed close to the edge of the road, using my flashlight only when I had to. I didn't want anyone to see me if they came looking. Every noise made me jump. Twigs breaking, owls hooting, something rustling in the brush. But I kept going. I told myself it was just a camp. I wasn't being chased. I wasn't in danger until I was. About 45 minutes into the walk, I heard a car. Headlights turned the bend behind me. I dove into the ditch, crouched under a log, and killed my light. The van slowed near where I'd been walking. A side door opened. Someone called my name. It was Becky. She sounded calm, too calm, like this was just a game of hide and seek. I stayed completely still, heart pounding so hard I thought they'd hear it. She waited for a while, then got back in and the van drove off. I waited another 15 minutes before moving. My hands were scraped up from the branches, my knees muddy, but I didn't care. I pushed forward, faster now. I didn't know how far I had left, but I wasn't turning back. Finally, around 1 or 2 a.m., I saw lights in the distance, small, flickering, yellow ones. It was a trailhead station, Empty, but with a map, a radio, and thank God, a payphone. I used the emergency number posted to call the county sheriff's department. They sent someone in about an hour. I sat on the concrete floor inside the station, wrapped in a Mylar blanket I found in an emergency kit. When the deputy showed up, I didn't say much, just that I'd gotten lost during a hike. I didn't want to explain. I used to tell people I went to 2 camps every summer like it was some kind of brag. Like I was lucky. YMCA first, the fun one, then the other one. The church camp in the middle of rural Kentucky, tucked back behind cracked roads and silos that leaned like old men too tired to care. I used to say it casually, yeah, I get to go to both. But I always made sure people noticed the way I said get to, because it really meant have to. I loved YMCA. I hated the other place. The difference between the two hit me harder the older I got. YMCA was filled with laughing kids, counselors who were barely older than us but knew how to actually run a group, and all the usual stuff. Ropes courses, canoeing, bonfires, pool games, and esmores. Real esmores. The ones that melt fast and get your fingers sticky. I remember sneaking extra marshmallows into my pillowcase my second summer there. The kind of small sin that felt safe. Church camp. That camp was never safe. It was called Grace Pines, and it was anything but graceful. The sign was always half-painted, hanging by rusted hooks on 2 wooden posts, and every year it looked like the bugs had chewed deeper into the wood. The cabins were on stilts, mostly to keep the wild dogs and snakes out, but sometimes it felt like they were meant to keep us in. The forest around the camp was thick, the kind where the trees crowd together and the air doesn't move right. I used to get stomach aches before I even arrived. The first year I went, I was 10. It wasn't optional. My mom said I needed more godly influence in my life, and her friend from church had recommended it. I remember her handing me a bright pink Bible with fake leather on the cover and a packet of forms, one of which was a purity pledge. I didn't really understand. I signed it anyway. I was 10. What the hell did I know about purity? We arrived at Grace Pines late in the afternoon. The sun was too strong, and the dust from the gravel road clung to my knees and arms. I watched my mom's taillights disappear down the hill, and I felt my chest tighten in a way I'd never felt before. The camp leader was this guy named Brother Darren, who wasn't a real pastor, but acted like one. Always in cargo shorts and polos, always sweaty, and always yelling. He made us line up by gender right away. Boys on one side, girls on the other. We stood in 2 rows in front of the chapel, which was just an old barn someone had painted white, with verses sharpened onto poster boards and stapled to the walls. That first year, nothing bad happened. Not in the physical sense, but it was like being dipped in poison in tiny doses. Every morning started with a sermon, not the gentle kind. They were loud, angry, full of guilt and shame. They told us we were born sinful and needed to scrub it off every day or we'd rot in hell. That the devil worked through immodesty and disobedience. That girls needed to keep their shoulders and knees covered or we'd tempt the boys. That boys had to be strong leaders and resist female trickery. I didn't get it. I didn't want to get it. I was still thinking about how I'd rather be at the lake back at YMCA, with the lifeguard shouting rules while we laughed and splashed. But Grace Pines didn't believe in safety like that. No lifeguards, no ropes, no real first aid. We played Red Rover the second day and I watched a girl break her arm. The sound of it cracking was worse than anything I'd heard before. Everyone froze. For a second, we were just standing in the dirt watching her cry and clutch it, bent at an awful angle. Brother Darren ran over, muttering prayers as he looked at it. They didn't call an ambulance. They called her mom. She didn't come until the next morning. The rest of the week, we were warned not to play too rough, because accidents reflect spiritual rebellion. I remember staring at the dried blood on the ground where her arm had bent, wondering how the hell God had anything to do with that. That was my first week there. I went back every year because I had to. My mom said it was good for me. She said she saw a difference in me after. I think what she saw was me going quiet. I stopped talking about camp. I stopped asking to go to YMCA for both sessions. I learned how to hide that I hated it. By 13, I understood more. I started seeing how kids would sneak off at night. There were always rumors, someone doing stuff in the woods, a boy getting caught with a girl behind the cafeteria. And every time, the punishment was the same. You'd be pulled out of the group in the middle of the day, marched in front of everyone, and told you were going to reflection. Reflection was the empty cabin. It didn't have a name like the others, just a door and a window with no curtain. It sat at the far edge of camp, past the chapel, down a slope. We weren't supposed to look in the windows. One year I did. I saw a kid in there, just sitting. No bed, no fan, nothing but a Bible and a metal folding chair. He looked like he'd been crying. His face was bright red, and his hands were gripping the book so tight his knuckles were white. That year, they made us write our own purity pledges. They read some of them out loud during chapel. Some of them were horrifying. Kids writing things like, "I vow to keep my thoughts pure and avoid corrupt music and television." Or, "I promise never to let a man touch me until marriage." We were 13, maybe younger. At 14, I started to notice how some of the staff looked at the girls. The way certain counselors lingered after pool activities, even though they weren't supposed to be watching. One of the guys who ran Bible study kept making jokes about leggings and how they were like paint on the sole. I remember one girl named Ashley getting pulled from chapel for attitude. She didn't come back for 3 days. When she did, she didn't talk anymore. Her hair was wet like she'd just come from a shower, but her clothes were still dusty. Her arms had scratches all over them, like she'd run through the woods. No one said anything. That was the rule. You didn't talk about it. When I was 16, I stopped going to Grace Pines. I told my mom I needed to work to save money for school, and she agreed. That same summer, I started working as a junior counselor at YMCA. It was like being pulled out of cold water. At YMCA, we were trained to spot injuries. We learned how to respond to bullying. We had walkie-talkies. We had daily safety checks and medication logs. I watched over campers with the kind of care I wished someone had given me. One summer, a kid twisted his ankle during a trail walk. We had him back at the nurse's station within 15 minutes, iced and bandaged. His parents were called. He got extra dessert that night and a shout-out during dinner for being tough. At Grace Pines, that same injury would have been called a test from God. Years passed. I worked at YMCA until I turned 20, then college, then life. I didn't think much about Grace Pines until a few months ago. I was visiting home, helping clean out my mom's attic. I found a box labeled camp stuff and opened it. Inside were all the old purity pledges, dozens of them, my name in shaky, younger handwriting. I read a few. One said I'd save my body and mind for God and future marriage. Another said I would guard my eyes from lustful temptations. Felt like reading a stranger's diary. Then I found a newsletter from Grace Pines, a final edition. Turns out the camp shut down in 2021. There had been an incident. The article didn't say much. Something about ongoing investigations and allegations from former attendees. The staff had been let go. The land was up for sale. I looked it up online. Buried in a local paper's archives was a short piece. A former counselor had come forward about years of emotional and physical abuse at Grace Pines. Multiple people, now adults, were involved in a lawsuit. Some stories mentioned the cabin. Others talked about discipline sessions and inappropriate spiritual counseling. I felt my throat close. I stared at that article for a long time because I had been there and I had seen it. I hadn't stopped it, but I remembered. I still remember the way the air felt in that place. Still remember the bruises I didn't report. The way my stomach dropped every time someone was sent to reflection. The silence, the fear, the heat. Sometimes people ask me why I loved working at YMCA so much. I never say the full truth, but here it is. I loved it because it wasn't Grace Pines, because kids were safe, because I made sure they laughed, because no one got shamed for being human, and because deep down I think I was still trying to undo the damage of that other camp, piece by piece, one summer at a time. I don't really remember the first time I went to Chick-fil-A's Windshape camp. I just know I was too little to really understand what it was supposed to be or what I was walking into. I just knew my sisters were going too, and it meant 2 weeks away from home. And for me, back then, that was all I really needed. My house wasn't safe, not in the obvious ways, not in the kind of way that leaves bruises people can see. It was slow suffocation, emotional, religious, psychological. My parents weren't the type who screamed in your face. They were the type who asked you why you were crying and then told you were possessed. They were the type who told you God was disappointed when you didn't smile. They monitored our clothes, our thoughts, our eye movements, the way we stood during prayers. It was so constant it didn't feel like abuse. It felt like gravity. So yeah, camp was supposed to be a break. The first few years were harmless enough. I was small. I liked the lake. I liked pottery. I liked crafts. I was a weird kid, but Windshape had a lot of weird kids. I wasn't alone. Somewhere around year 5 or 6, I started realizing a lot of those weird kids were weird in the same ways I was. Awkward, obsessive, oversensitive to light and sound, anxious about imaginary rules no one else could see. Autistic, though I wouldn't have had the word for it then. We bonded over books and anime and Minecraft and stories we made up in our heads. Most of us, at some point, realized we were queer. We joked about it, called ourselves the gay club, but it was half real. We weren't out. Not really, just to each other. Camp wasn't safe for that. I always remembered how we had to dress. Fingertip rule for shorts. No sleeveless shirts unless they were 3-finger width straps. Some summers they changed the rules midway through. One year I brought a whole suitcase of clothes that got banned on day 2. I had to borrow clothes from other girls in my cabin until my parents mailed replacements. We were so gender segregated you'd think there was a military draft. Boys' camp was on the other side of the property, and we weren't allowed to talk to them unless it was a relay race or the big dance. Even then, it was all line dancing. No touching, no swaying, just boots, sweat, and Jesus. All mail between boys' and girls' camp was read by staff. You had to keep the envelope unsealed. If they found anything suspicious, they'd confiscate it. My sister once got a letter held back because she'd drawn a heart on the corner. And every year it got weirder. There were tribes, each one named after a Native American nation. We were supposed to feel pride in our tribe, chant for it, wear its colors. At first I liked the idea, but when I got older and actually learned about colonization, about how these tribes were forcibly removed from their land, I started to feel sick about it. We weren't honoring them. We were pretending to be them. Feathers in our hair, war paint on our cheeks, yelling chants that had nothing to do with real languages. I started refusing to chant, refusing to wear the paint. I kept it quiet enough not to get written up, but people noticed. By my 8th year, the cracks were everywhere. Not just in the culture, but in me. I knew I liked girls. I had a crush on a girl named M for 2 years in a row, and she knew it. I never said it, not in words, but she knew. We shared a bunk the second summer. Our knees would touch when we sat on the floor drawing together. She never said anything, never pulled away, but I could feel her holding something in. She came back different one year. Year 9 for me, year 7 or 8 for her. She told me she'd gotten saved, that she wasn't gay anymore, that demons had tried to possess her. She still liked the same anime, still wore the same hoodies, but she wouldn't sit close to me anymore, wouldn't talk late at night, wouldn't meet my eyes. I don't think she was lying. I think she was scared. I think someone had done something to her over the year. She never told me what. That was the same year one of the girls in our gay club got written up. She told a new camper, a butch girl who looked like she walked in off a softball field, that she was gay. She hadn't even flirted, just said it. The butch girl didn't mind, but a counselor overheard and pulled her aside. We were all terrified. We thought they'd send her home. Instead, the woman in charge of our age group, late high school girls, talked to her privately, told her she understood, told her she had to be careful, that the camp's official stance was that it was a sin, that not all staff would be sympathetic. She was one of the only adults I ever met there who didn't treat us like threats. I don't remember her name. I wish I did. The 10th year was the last one. And it's the one I still think about in fragments, like something I can't hold all at once. The thing about trauma is it shatters memory. You remember things too clearly and not clearly enough. I'd started medication that spring. Antidepressants, mostly. It made me nauseous sometimes, especially in the mornings. One of the first days of camp, I told my buddy counselor, I'll call her Jess, that I couldn't eat breakfast. My stomach felt like it was boiling, and I knew if I forced anything down, I'd throw it up. I said it calmly, quietly. I'd learned how to make myself small when I spoke. But she didn't care. She sat next to me with a plate of food and told me to eat. I said I couldn't. She told me God wanted me to take care of myself. I said I was listening to my body. She told me I wasn't allowed to skip meals. I said I wasn't hungry, that the medication made me sick in the mornings. She didn't believe me. She said I was being dramatic, that she'd seen kids like me before. She kept pushing. I started shaking. I told her again, quietly, that I wasn't lying. I asked her to ask the nurses. She rolled her eyes. Eventually, I started crying. That night, my regular counselor, who'd been off for the day, pulled me aside and told me I needed to apologize to Jess, that she was just trying to help me, that I'd made her feel bad. I didn't understand. I still don't. I'd been calm. I hadn't yelled. I'd cried, but not until she'd broken me down. But somehow it was my fault. I remember walking to the lake that night, sitting on the dock with my knees tucked to my chest, watching the moon ripple in the water. There were frogs making that low humming sound in the reeds, and the trees creaked in the wind. I couldn't stop shaking. I didn't sleep that night. The last 3 days of camp, I barely ate at all. There's another memory that flashes sometimes. I was younger then, maybe year 5 or 6. A girl in my cabin had threatened to break a pottery piece over my head. I was stunned. We'd been friends up until that day. I told a counselor immediately. She pulled us both aside.
The Otter Girl Lied.
Said I was exaggerating, that she never said that I was just being sensitive. They believed her. I got a warning. Later, I found out she'd been caught lying several times before. I still don't understand why I was the one who got scolded. After that, I stopped reporting things. The last year, I saw a girl fall during the relay race and twist her ankle. Badly. I tried to help her. A staffer came over, looked at me and said, "Get back in the race." I did. I still think about her crying on the grass, holding her leg, and me running away like I wasn't allowed to care. On the last night of that final year, we had tribal ring. One last chant. One last show. Feathers. Paint. Torches. It was meant to be this grand goodbye to girlhood, a spiritual send-off into adulthood. I didn't chant. I didn't wear the feather. I let them paint my face because I didn't want another write-up, but I wiped it off in the bathroom before the ceremony started. I hid in the back row. I watched the fire burn and felt nothing. I knew I wouldn't come back. After camp, the silence hit harder than I expected. No more letters. No social media for most of the girls. No goodbye from the one who told me she'd been saved. I never saw Em again. I don't know what happened to her. Maybe she's still in that world. Maybe she clawed her way out. For a long time, I felt nostalgic about camp. Because it was better than home. Because we laughed sometimes. Because of the art, the lake, the stars, the tiny pockets of freedom. But I know now that a cage made of flowers is still a cage. And Chick-fil-A? I still eat there sometimes. It doesn't matter anymore. I know exactly who they are. I met their family. I lived in the world they built. I know they won't change. Not while the Kathy name still runs it. Not while they believe what they believe. But I've changed, and I won't go back. I spent 8 summers at that church camp. Every year, for 8 straight years, my parents dropped me off at the front gate like I was being delivered to some kind of holy sanctuary. They thought it was good for me, a place to grow closer to God, make friends, get away from the internet. And I never said no, not once, because when you're a kid, you don't always know you're allowed to say no. You think what you're told is what's right. The camp was tucked deep in the woods. miles of narrow gravel road, then a sharp bend through tall pine trees until the cabins popped into view. They were the same every year. Wooden, crooked porches, peeling paint, bunk beds that creaked if you breathed too hard. No AC, just box fans and open windows. You could always smell mildew the moment you stepped inside, mixed with the faint stench of plastic mattresses and bug spray. My cabin was usually near the back, cabin 7. Same counselors most years, same group of kids give or take. There was a routine to everything. Wake up at 6:30, morning chapel by 7 o'clock, songs, prayers, group activities, Bible study, more singing, then God time before dinner, where we had to go sit in the woods with a Bible and notebook and hear what the Lord was saying to us. Then evening chapel, which always dragged on and usually ended in tears. That was the thing. Crying was expected. If you weren't crying by the end of the week, something was wrong with you. Every summer, the last night was cry night. They didn't officially call it that. It was something like sacrifice and renewal or night of the cross, but we all called it cry night. You'd sit there in the chapel, dim lights, soft guitar, candles on the floor, and the leaders would start giving their testimonies. Usually some dramatic story about being addicted to porn or stealing money or getting into fights with their parents. Then they'd hand out sticky notes and markers, and we were told to write our sins on them. Anything we'd done wrong, anything we were ashamed of. Then we'd get up, one by one, and walk to the front of the chapel and stick our notes on this giant wooden cross. It had nails sticking out of it to hold the notes. Everyone cried. Everyone. Girls sobbed on each other's shoulders. Guys would bury their heads in their hands. It was like a performance every year. The music, the lights, the silence. The smell of sweat and wood and too many people packed in a hot room. It got in your head. Made you feel like if you weren't falling apart, you weren't doing it right. That last year, I didn't cry. Couldn't. I sat there and looked at the cross with all those sticky notes stuck to it like confessions nailed to a wall. Some people put things like lust or lying or disrespecting parents. I remember seeing one that just said, cutting. Another said, I had sex. Another said, I want to die. The leaders saw these notes. They read them. They walked around after the service and read them off the cross, pretending like they were praying over them. But nothing ever happened. No one got help. No one was pulled aside. They just left it at the cross. Then told us we were all forgiven. Then it was esmores and group photos and promises to come back next year. That last year was also when my eating disorder got bad again. I had been trying to recover. I really had. My parents didn't fully understand it, but they tried to support me in their own way, mostly by controlling what food I ate or watching me too closely. But at camp, there was no one watching closely. And when I started skipping meals that week, no one really said anything. I had told my cabin leader about it. On the first day, quietly, I just said I struggled with eating and I was in recovery. She nodded, said she'd pray for me. That was it. No follow-up, no questions. Just one awkward pat on the shoulder like I had told her I had a cold. That week, I barely ate. Breakfast was easy to avoid, you just slept late or said you weren't hungry. Lunch and dinner, I pushed food around my plate, took tiny bites, tossed most of it in the trash. I could feel my ribs by Wednesday. My legs were shaky. I started getting dizzy after walking up the hill from the lake. I knew what was happening. I knew I was slipping again. And still, nothing. People noticed. They had to. I had sunken eyes by Thursday. My lips were cracked and dry. I was freezing cold all the time, even in the July heat. I saw one of the older leaders watching me during dinner one night, just staring. I waited for her to come over. She didn't. That was also the year I heard about Girl Defined, a YouTube channel some of the girls in my cabin were obsessed with. They watched it on their phones late at night under their sleeping bags when they thought the counselors were asleep. I watched a few clips with them, blurry and quiet. It was two blonde girls talking about modesty and dating and why yoga pants were a tool of the devil. I don't know why it stuck with me. Maybe because I already hated my body so much, and hearing someone tell me my body was a temptation to others just made it worse. It lodged into my brain like a splinter. That last night, the final cry night, everything came to a head. We filed into the chapel like we always did. The lights were already low. The candles were lit. There was soft guitar music playing, probably Oceans or Reckless Love. They rotated the same few songs every year. I sat in the middle row. My hands were cold. My stomach ached, but it was a dull, distant pain. I hadn't eaten more than a handful of cereal and some fruit in 2 days. The testimonies began. People around me cried. Some sobbed so hard they had to leave the room. They passed out the sticky notes. I stared at mine. I didn't know what to write. I had so many things I could have written. I don't eat. I want to disappear. I'm tired. I think this is all fake. I'm scared all the time, but I didn't write anything. I just held the pen and pressed it against the paper like I might carve something out of it. Then I looked up and saw my counselor crying. Big, messy tears. She wiped her nose on her sleeve. She hadn't looked at me once all week. Not once. And now she was weeping in the front row like she was carrying the weight of the world. I wanted to stand up and scream at her. I wanted to throw the note at her feet and yell, asterisk, "You knew! I told you! You didn't care! Asterisk, but I didn't." I sat still. Then the crosswalk started. One by one, people got up and stuck their notes to the cross. Some knelt down in front of it. Some fell to their knees and shook. A girl behind me threw up into a plastic bag from crying too hard. I walked up too. I went with the crowd. I didn't want to stand out. I stuck my blank note on the cross. Just an empty square of yellow. No sins. No secrets. Nothing. Then I walked back to my seat. Still didn't cry. Afterward, everyone went outside for reflection time under the fairy lights. They had hung them all around the trees, so the whole field glowed like a movie scene. It was supposed to feel like magic, like we were standing in the presence of God. But to me, it felt fake, plastic and soft and staged. I stood by the edge of the woods alone. People were hugging, praying in small groups, some sitting on the grass singing quietly. I looked at the stars. My body ached. My stomach was turning in on itself. That was when I realized I didn't believe any of it anymore. Maybe I never really did. I wanted to. For years, I tried so hard to make it real. But that night, something inside me went cold and quiet. I knew I was done. I wasn't coming back. No one noticed when I left the group and walked back to my cabin early. I packed my bag that night before bed, folded my shirt slowly, zipped up everything. I was ready to go. I lay in my bunk with my eyes wide open until the sun came up. My arms were shaking from weakness. My throat was dry, but for the first time in a long time, my head was clear. When my parents came to pick me up the next morning, I didn't hug anyone goodbye. I didn't take a group photo. I didn't say, "See you next year." I got in the car, leaned my head against the window, and didn't say a word the whole ride home. That was 8 years ago. I never went back. I stopped pretending. I started eating again, not perfectly, but better. I got therapy, real therapy, not prayer circles or accountability partners. I still have bad days, but I made it out. Sometimes I think about that blank sticky note, that empty piece of paper stuck to the cross. No sins, no words, just silence. It felt like the most honest thing I ever gave them, and they didn't even notice. When I was 15, I got convinced by some friends from my school who were Baptists to come with them to their church's summer camp. I wasn't religious myself, but these kids were persistent and friendly, and I figured it wouldn't be too bad for a week. They made it sound like it would be fun, a good place to meet people, and that it would help me find some sort of direction. The camp was about 2 hours away from my home, deep in the woods near a lake, surrounded by tall pine trees. The place was supposed to be a Christian refuge, as they called it, but I would soon learn that the experience wasn't as peaceful or safe as they promised. I arrived on the first day, carrying my small backpack and sleeping bag. The camp was made up of several simple wooden cabins, arranged in a circle around a campfire pit. There were signs everywhere, painted in bright colors, reminding us of the strict rules. One of the biggest rules was that boys and girls were not allowed to have any physical contact. The leaders warned us repeatedly about it during orientation. No touching hands, no hugs, no sitting next to each other in the dining hall, no wandering around near each other's cabins after dark. The rules were drilled into us so much that it felt like they were obsessed with it. Despite that, on the very first afternoon, they organized an activity that completely contradicted all those rules. It was some kind of icebreaker game, and it involved the boys lifting the girls over several colorful banners that were stretched between two poles about waist-high. The idea was for the boys to catch the girls safely on the other side without dropping them. I was small and light, so I got paired with a couple of boys who didn't seem to think it was a big deal. First, it was okay. I trusted them because I didn't think anyone would be careless or mean. But then, as one boy lifted me over a red banner, he slipped. I felt myself fall suddenly and land hard. A wooden stake that was holding the banner's pole stabbed into my leg as I hit the ground. It wasn't a huge wound, but it was deep enough to bleed and hurt badly. The sting made me cry a little, which I tried to hide, but one of the counselors saw and hurried over. They cleaned the wound roughly, slapped on a bandage, and told me to stay still for a while. I was shocked that something like that could happen in a place that was supposed to be safe and holy. The pain was throbbing as I limped back to my cabin. I tried not to let it ruin my mood, but I was already feeling out of place. The other kids seemed to ignore what happened, acting like it was nothing. But for me, it was a bad sign. How could anyone say this camp was about care and love if they let something dangerous happen like that without serious consequences? The next few days dragged on. The camp schedule was full of prayers, Bible readings, and songs. I didn't mind the prayers, but the music was something else. Almost everyone had secular music on their phones or brought CDs with them, but in my dorm, the only non-secular music anyone had was a Stacy Orrico CD. That CD played over and over, sometimes during quiet hours, sometimes when we were cleaning or just sitting around. Her voice was pleasant enough, but hearing the same songs repeatedly until they lost all meaning was exhausting. I couldn't escape it, and it added to the feeling that the camp was trying to control everything about us. One of the days was boat day, where we got to go out on the lake in small rowboats. It was supposed to be fun, a chance to relax and enjoy the outdoors. But that day, things didn't go as planned. The docks were slippery with moss, and the boats rocked slightly in the water as we got in. I was carrying my little bag and trying to find a good seat in the boat with a few other kids. The moment I stepped into the boat, a sudden wave hit hard from the side. I lost my balance and stumbled. The boat tilted sharply, and in the chaos, my leg got caught between the side of the boat and the dock. It pinched me badly, and when I finally freed it, I saw the bruises already forming. The skin was red and starting to swell. The pain was sharp and lingering, and it made it difficult to move. Again, no one seemed to care much. The counselors just told me to sit down and rest. I felt frustrated and invisible, like my pain didn't matter to anyone but me. That night, lying on my cot in the cabin, I thought about the whole week. The strict rules about boys and girls, the weird contradiction of that lifting game, the injuries that seemed careless and avoidable, and the constant Stacy Orrico CD that felt like a loop I couldn't escape. I also remembered that the main speaker for the camp was a man named Vadi Baucham. He gave speeches about faith, obedience, and living a pure life according to Baptist beliefs. I listened carefully to his words, but they didn't make me feel comforted or inspired. Instead, I felt confused and more distant from the whole idea of Baptist life. I started to realize something that week that I hadn't fully understood before. This camp wasn't for me. The rules, the environment, the way pain and mistakes were ignored, and the way everything was controlled and monitored. It all felt suffocating rather than freeing. The things I had hoped to find, friendship, meaning, maybe even some peace, weren't there. On the last night of camp, I packed my bags quietly, still nursing my bruised and cut legs. I didn't say much to anyone. I just wanted to get home. As I waited for the bus the next morning, the sun rising over the trees, I took a deep breath of the cool air. I felt a strange mixture of relief and sadness. Relief that I was leaving a place that didn't feel safe or right. Sadness because I had wanted to belong somewhere, and for a moment I thought this might be it. Looking back, I'm grateful for that week. It showed me clearly what I didn't want in my life. It taught me to trust my feelings when something feels wrong, even if everyone around you insists it's right. It also reminded me that faith isn't about strict rules or control, but about freedom and love, and that sometimes the people who claim to speak for God might be missing the point. I never went back to that camp or Baptist church. I didn't need more signs or warnings. Those injuries, the music, the strict rules, they were all signs enough. I found my own path later, one where I could be myself and find peace in my own way. I was 13 the summer my neighbors told my parents about this Christian arts camp their daughter went to. They described it as a beautiful place where kids learn drama, music, and painting in a wholesome environment. Wholesome meaning heavily religious. My parents weren't deeply religious, but they were the kind of people who'd say things like, "Well, it's better than kids getting into trouble." I didn't push back when they signed me up. I wasn't the kind of kid who could fight my parents on stuff like that. I didn't have the energy. I just wanted the summer to go fast. They dropped me off in front of the main lodge in late June. The camp was in a rural part of the state, tucked between rolling hills and a thick pine forest that seemed to stretch forever in every direction. It was hot, with that kind of dry heat that bakes the grass stiff and leaves your skin tacky with sweat even in the shade. I remember how the gravel crunched under our car tires and how fake everyone seemed the moment we got out. Too many smiles. Too much eye contact. Right away, something felt off. I wasn't really friends with anyone who went there, but I did know one person, Ryan, a kid from school I'd had art class with the year before. He was nice, kind of quiet, but we got along okay. When I saw him across the check-in table, my stomach unclenched a little. But before I could even wave, one of the counselors cut in between us like it was some kind of security breach. She looked maybe 17 or 18, tall and pale with this dead serious expression, like she'd been briefed that we might try to sneak in some kind of forbidden interaction. She walked straight up to me and asked if I knew him. I nodded. She told me girls weren't allowed to talk to boys, that it was part of the purity structure of camp. That was the first rule. They never gave us a list. That was the scariest part. There were no papers or handbooks, no rules on the walls. They just told you what you were doing wrong when they caught you doing it. You didn't know something was against the rules until it already was. The cabins were wooden, small, with 8 metal bunk beds and 1 oscillating fan that didn't do a damn thing. We weren't allowed to change with the lights on. No talking after lights out. No makeup. No secular music. No inappropriate body language, which meant hugging or sitting too close to anyone. And they monitored it constantly. Counselors would walk around during free time and just watch. They never smiled when they didn't have to. That first night set the tone for everything else. We were told to gather in the chapel, an A-frame building with wooden pews and a dusty old piano. The windows had stained glass, mostly depictions of angels and crosses. The sun had already gone down, and the air inside was thick and warm, the kind of heat that makes you sleepy and dizzy. Everyone had to sit in their gendered sections, girls on the left, boys on the right, with counselors seated like guards on the aisle between us. Then the lights went out. A single spotlight clicked on, aimed at the front stage. That's when a girl, probably one of the senior counselors, walked up wearing a simple white dress. She had long brown hair, and even from where I sat, I could see her eyes were red-rimmed like she'd been crying. She started this monologue in this shaky, dramatic voice. She described being in a car accident, blood on the windshield, the radio playing something devilish she shouldn't have been listening to. Then she said she felt herself die, her soul lift up and start floating toward hell. Not heaven, hell. She said she landed in a place that looked like a library, except instead of books, there were file drawers. Each drawer had a label: lying, disobedience, impurity. She said she was forced to pull open each one and read her sins. She read them out loud. She said she had talked back to her parents. She had stolen candy. She said she had an abortion when she was 15 and didn't tell anyone except her sin counselor. The chapel was dead silent except for her voice, shaking, growing louder, almost frantic. She said she begged God for mercy and was spat on by the angels. She described fire, real fire, and said that the only way out of that place was through honest confession. Then she fell to her knees on the stage and screamed. I'm not exaggerating. She screamed like she was really dying, and the lights shut off just as she started crying again. Then everything went quiet. They made us sit there in the dark, in silence, for what felt like 10 minutes. No one moved. No one whispered. You could hear people breathing heavy. Some girls started crying quietly. Then the lights came back on and they handed us all index cards and pens. We were told to write down our sins. Not just one or two. All of them. Every single thing we'd ever done wrong. I froze. I was 13. I didn't even know what counted. I stared at that card until my hands started to sweat. Eventually, I just started writing random things. Lying, being mean to my sister, saying bad words in my head. I didn't write anything serious because I honestly didn't have anything. I'd never even kissed anyone. Then we were told to walk to the front and drop them in a big metal bowl. They lit them on fire in front of us, calling it cleansing through sacrifice. The smoke filled the room, mixing with the heat and making some people cough. We were told not to cover our mouths because that was like rejecting the smoke of God. Afterward, I went back to the cabin with my head spinning. That night, I lay in bed, listening to the fan whir uselessly while the girl in the bunk above me quietly cried into her pillow. The next few days got worse. The camp had something they called accountability partners. They'd pair you with another girl who was supposed to watch you at all times and report anything you did wrong. I got stuck with a girl named Jill who never smiled and took the job way too seriously. If I scratched my leg near my shorts, she would whisper that I needed to pray about my immodesty. If I yawned too loudly, she said I was disrespecting God's time. We had chapel twice a day, morning and night. Every single one was a guilt trip. They'd bring in speakers, former drug addicts, former teen moms, people who escaped homosexuality, who'd cry on stage and then lead prayer circles where kids would collapse to the floor, sobbing and babbling. The counselors called it speaking in tongues. It looked like seizures. One time a girl in my group started twitching and fell off the bench. Nobody ran to help her. They just stood around her with their hands out, chanting. At meals, we weren't allowed to talk unless a counselor led the discussion. They made us thank God before we ate and thank Him again when we were done. One time I forgot to pray and one of the older girls yanked my arm and said if I didn't fix my attitude, I'd bring demons to the table. I wasn't even scared of demons. I was scared of them. I started getting these terrible stomach aches. My skin broke out from the stress and heat. I barely slept. I started to think maybe I was the problem, that maybe I didn't believe hard enough or maybe I was too sinful to fit in. But then I remembered Ryan. One afternoon, I saw him again. He was sitting alone on a bench near the path to the art cabins. I didn't say anything. I just looked at him for a second too long, and that was enough. A counselor saw it. That night, I got pulled out of chapel and taken to a smaller building near the woods. It was like a meeting room or something. Inside were 2 female counselors and a Bible on the table. They told me I had been inappropriately engaging in temptation. I said I didn't talk to him. They said it didn't matter. They said sin starts in the heart, and my eyes were the window to that sin. Then they made me pray for forgiveness. I had to sit there with them watching and pray out loud that God would make me pure again. I didn't cry. I wanted to, but I felt like if I cried, it would mean they were right, that I really had something to be ashamed of. I remember just staring at the Bible on the table, wondering if I could grab it and hit one of them with it just to break the silence. I didn't. I sat there and whispered a fake prayer until they told me I could go. When I got back to the cabin, all my stuff had been moved. My bag was dumped upside down on a new bunk. Nobody said anything, not even the counselor. They just stared when I walked in. I didn't sleep that night either. By the end of the first week, I felt hollow. The worst part wasn't the fear. It was the loneliness. I wasn't allowed to talk to Ryan. I didn't go to church like the others. I didn't know the songs they sang or the words they used. Every girl in my cabin had grown up together in the same church circles. They talked in this coded language about blessings and deliverance and conviction. If you didn't say the right thing, they'd look at you like you were cursed. I told my parents during our midweek phone call that I wanted to come home. They laughed it off. My mom said, "Come on, it can't be that bad. It's just camp." I tried to explain, but they kept cutting me off. My dad said I was just uncomfortable because I wasn't used to it and that I'd grow from the experience. I didn't grow. On the last night, they held something called Testimony Bonfire. Everyone had to stand up and say what they'd learned. One by one, kids got up and cried and thanked God for saving them. I stayed quiet. I didn't stand up. A counselor asked if I wanted to share. I shook my head. She didn't push. She just wrote something down in her notebook and looked disappointed. When we left the next morning, I didn't say goodbye to I didn't know what I was getting myself into when I signed up for that summer camp. The brochure said horse camp. That's all I cared about. I've been begging my mom to send me somewhere like that for years. I wanted to learn how to ride, how to care for horses, to be around them all day in the fresh air. I'd saved up some money, and when the camp finally accepted me, I was beyond excited. My best friend, who I'll call Jess, was going too. We had planned everything. Matching horse boots, bandanas, even those Pikachu blankets we both adored. I'd bought myself a brand new leather-bound box set of classic novels, including Dracula. I was so proud of that book. It felt like an accomplishment I wanted to share with the world, or at least with Jess under the stars one night. But none of that mattered. From the moment we arrived, something felt wrong. The place was in the middle of nowhere, somewhere deep in Texas where the heat was like a wall pressing down on you. The air smelled of manure and pine, but also something sharp and sour, maybe the tension, I'm not sure. There was no real sign of horses in the first few hours. Instead, there were signs everywhere about sin, salvation, and the Lord's way. That should have been my first clue, but I was still hopeful. The counselors greeted us with forced smiles and eyes that seemed to look through me. They didn't look at me like someone who loved horses or was just a kid excited to learn. They looked at me like I was a project that needed fixing. They made sure everyone brought a Bible, but I hadn't been told that. I thought I was clever, bringing my Dracula book to read during downtime, but that didn't go over well. On the first night, the counselor in charge of my cabin, a stern, middle-aged woman with tightly pulled back hair, found out about my Pikachu blanket. She immediately said Pokemon supports evolution, and that made it wrong. She told me to put it away, like it was some kind of sin. I didn't argue, but it hurt.
My blanket was my comfort.
It reminded me of my childhood and my friend Jess. Then came the separation from Jess. I was put in a different cabin so I could get to know other girls. That was the official reason, but I knew better. They didn't want us sticking together because maybe, just maybe, we'd talk about how uncomfortable everything was. Instead, I was left alone with strangers who didn't really want to be friends and a counselor who was watching me like I was a problem. Every day started early. We were made to sit through morning watch, which was an hour of silence outside in the Texas heat. We were supposed to pray or read our Bibles, but since I didn't have one, I read Dracula. The sun was so hot it burned through the thin fabric of my shirt. Sweat ran down my back, and my skin prickled with discomfort. I wasn't allowed to talk or move, just sit there like I was in some kind of punishment. The heat was unbearable. Over 100 degrees every day, but the dress code was strict. No tank tops, no shorts that were too short, nothing that showed skin. It was an all-girls camp, and modesty was forced on us like a rule handed down from above. The fabric of my clothes stuck to me. I felt trapped in that heat, in those rules, and in that place. One of the worst moments came when I got my period. I was 14 and unprepared, but who would have been? The counselors treated me like I was diseased. When I asked for supplies, they acted like I was asking for poison. They barely gave me anything. Within 3 days, I'd run out of clean clothes, and I had no way to wash the stained ones. I remember one counselor driving me to the infirmary because of cramps, and I was so sick and miserable that I accidentally left a blood stain on the seat. She was furious, yelling at me silently with her eyes. I felt ashamed and humiliated. The camp was supposed to be about horses, but if anything, the horse people were the cruelest. I didn't have a horse of my own, and the girls who did treated me like I was invisible or worse, a joke. The counselors teased me mercilessly because I couldn't even gallop. They made it clear I didn't belong. The devotionals were the worst. We sat in a circle every afternoon, roasting in the sun, listening to an old woman drone on and on about sin and damnation. There was so much homophobia in her speeches that it made my skin crawl. I hated it, but there was nowhere to run. The counselors made sure we were trapped. I secretly snuck my phone in, hiding it in my sock. I managed to send a text to my mom. 1 bar. 1 single bar. It was a desperate message asking her to come get me. She did. One night, in the dead of night, my mom pulled up in her car. I was packed and ready to leave. The counselors caught wind of it and refused to let me go. They literally chased us down the driveway in their cars, screaming at us to come back. It felt like something out of a nightmare. Finally, after hours of arguing and begging, my mom got me out. We left that place behind. The heat, the cruelty, the rules, the hate. But the memory stayed with me. I don't know the name of the camp. I don't want to know. It wasn't about horses at all. It was about control, fear, and punishment. It was about forcing kids to fit into a mold that crushed their spirit. I won't ever go back. After we left, I felt like I'd been through a war zone. I had nightmares for weeks about heat, silence, judgment, and loneliness. But the hardest part wasn't the fear or the heat or the cruelty. It was knowing that there are places like that out there, hiding behind pretty brochures and fake smiles, places that promise fun but deliver pain. I learned that sometimes winning isn't about winning a game or proving someone wrong. Sometimes winning is just surviving and escaping. And sometimes winning is knowing that you are strong enough to walk away from something toxic, even when it feels like you're trapped. I never told Jess what really happened. She was too young, too hopeful. But I keep my Dracula book close. It's a reminder that even in darkness, stories survive. And so do I. I was around 12 the summer I got sent to El Barci. That name still makes my stomach twist. Just thinking about it, those early mornings, that sticky Kansas heat, the sharp smell of pine and metal folding chairs, the fake smiles of the counselors, and worst of all, the crazy coin, brings a rush of memory I've spent most of my adult life trying to block out. It's been over 20 years now. I haven't forgotten a single minute of it. My parents had signed me up for the camp because it had God in the brochure at least 6 times. To them, that was good enough. It was one of those Christian youth camps where kids get sent to learn discipline, humility, and how to be soldiers for Christ. My mom loved that language. She thought it would toughen me up. I was a shy, quiet kid. I hated crowds, hated attention. I'd rather spend summer at home with my nose in a book. But that year, they decided I needed to get out more and learn the value of structure. El Barci was built on this huge property outside Kansas City, Kansas, surrounded by woods and long dirt trails. It looked like a camp you'd see on a postcard. Big, log-style cabins, wide open fields, a man-made lake, and a massive A-frame auditorium in the center of the property. It wasn't one of those ragged, mosquito-infested camps. This one looked nice, clean, well-funded, expensive, but looks don't tell you much. The day I got there, everything already felt off. We weren't greeted with smiles or warmth. The counselors barked orders, told us where to put our stuff, and hustled us to line up in silence. Every counselor wore the same red shirt, tucked into khaki shorts. They all had clipboards and walkie-talkies. Every kid had a name tag strung around their neck with a colored lanyard. Mine was blue. The cabins were basic but big. 12 bunks, 1 bathroom, 1 counselor per cabin. That first night, I remember lying awake in my sleeping bag, sweating through my shirt even though the windows were open. I heard someone crying across the room, muffled under their blanket. No one said anything. I kept my mouth shut too. That was the first rule of El Barci, one we all learned quickly. Don't make yourself a target. The next morning started at 5:30 a.m. sharp. A bell rang, loud, metallic, jarring. The kind of sound that hits your chest. everyone jumped out of bed. If you weren't outside in 5 minutes, you lost points. They had this whole system with points, rewards, and punishments, all written on a big whiteboard in the dining hall. Red marks for bad behavior, gold stars for good. I learned that those stars didn't mean anything. The red marks did. After breakfast, which was always dry eggs and undercooked sausage, we had chapel in the big auditorium. That place, I still see it in my dreams sometimes. Rows and rows of folding chairs, a big stage with a cross painted behind it, floodlights, beakers, and this long, narrow podium that looked like a preacher's pulpit. But it wasn't the sermons that made the auditorium bad. It was the crazy coin. They'd introduced it on day 2. A counselor walked on stage holding it up between 2 fingers like it was a trophy. It was just a big, shiny plastic coin, probably from a party store, but the way they acted, you'd think it was the Holy Grail. They called it the Crazy Coin Challenge. Each morning, before the sermon, the lights would dim and some loud, circus-type music would play. Then they'd yell, "Who's got the coin today?" And suddenly, everyone would be shifting in their seats, reaching under, flipping up chairs, trying not to breathe too loud. Because if the coin was under your seat, you were screwed. They forced the winner to go on stage and do something wild for the Lord. That was the phrase they always used, wild for the Lord. I never understood what chewing up food and spitting it into someone else's mouth had to do with Jesus, but that's what they did. That memory, that one time, is burned into my skull. A kid named Marcus, maybe 13 or so, found the coin under his chair. He tried to pretend he didn't see it, but a counselor spotted him and shouted, "We've got a winner!" Everyone cheered like it was some prize. Marcus looked terrified. His arms were stiff at his sides. He tried to smile, but you could see how fake it was. They brought him up and handed him a banana, a granola bar, and some kind of creamy yogurt cup. Then they brought up another kid, smaller, pale, nervous looking, probably 9 years old. They told Marcus to chew everything up. All of it. No swallowing. He did. I'll never forget the way he gagged while stuffing the food into his mouth, yogurt dripping down his chin. Then, on the microphone, the counselor said something like, "We're gonna show the love of Jesus today." And they made him spit the chewed-up mess into a cup. Then they handed that cup to the smaller kid. Everyone started chanting, "Drink, drink, drink." And he did. He drank it, and everyone cheered, except me. I wanted to throw up. I felt something cold and tight in my chest, like I wasn't really in my body. I looked around to see if anyone else thought this was insane. But everyone was clapping, laughing, cheering like it was all part of the fun. Even the counselors. After that day, I checked under my seat every morning before the lights dimmed. I started doing it the second I sat down, before even blinking. I moved slowly, carefully, so no one would notice. One day, about a week in, I found it. The coin, tucked perfectly under my chair leg. Felt like someone dropped a brick into my stomach. I stared at it for a second. That shiny, stupid, evil-looking disc just sitting there like it was waiting for me. I didn't think. I picked it up fast and, when the music started and everyone else was looking under their own chairs, I tossed it, hard, across the rows, over a few heads, into the dark corner where no one was sitting. No one noticed. I sat still, hands on my knees, sweat dripping down my back. That day, they couldn't find it. They played it off like it was a prank. Said the devil must have stolen it. Everyone laughed, but I didn't. I just kept staring straight ahead, hoping no one would figure out what I did. Looking back, I should have stolen it, hidden it in my bag, thrown it in the lake, something. But I was scared they'd search us or catch me somehow. The rules at El Barci weren't normal. They were weird, warped. Nothing made sense. Even mail call was humiliating. Each afternoon, they'd gather everyone in the auditorium again and call out names. But they didn't just hand you your letters or care packages. They'd read your name out loud and say something mean or dumb to get laughs. If your name was Jeff, they'd yell, "Jeff the jerk," and throw your mail across the floor. If you were Anna, they'd say, "Anna Bananas got love letters again," and make kissy noises. Everyone had to run and scramble to grab their stuff. It was humiliating. You didn't want to get mail. You prayed you didn't get mail. I still remember the shame I felt when they yelled out my name one day, turned it into a rhyme, made fun of my last name, and tossed the envelope across the stage like garbage. I had to run across the floor, red-faced, while other kids laughed and clapped. Humiliating kids for Jesus, I guess. At night, they made us write in journals. Said it was to help us talk to God. But they collected the journals and read them out loud. If you wrote something funny or emotional, they'd read it to the cabin the next night. If you didn't write enough, you lost points. I stopped writing anything real after the first time. Just made up fake prayers or copied Bible verses. The food got worse as the days went on. Dry, bland, sometimes spoiled. One morning the milk tasted off sour, warm, clumpy. I told a counselor. He said, "Offer it up to God." I stopped drinking milk after that. I got sick around day 10, probably from stress or the heat or the food. My stomach hurt constantly, and I had a rash on my legs that wouldn't go away. I went to the nurse, who looked about 20 and didn't even check me properly. She gave me crackers and a Gatorade and told me to be strong in the Lord. I tried to tell my parents in a letter, but I found out later they never mailed it. They only sent out approved mail. Anything too negative got trashed. The last straw came during a night hike. They marched us into the woods without flashlights. Said it was trust training. Said we had to follow the voice of the Lord to find our way out. I tripped, hit my knee on a root, and scraped my palm open. No one stopped. No one helped. I bled into the dirt while they all moved ahead. I sat in the dark for almost an hour until someone circled back. After that, I stopped trying. I did what they said, kept my head down, counted the days. Every morning I checked for the coin. Every afternoon I prayed my name wouldn't be called. Every night I lied in my journal and stared at the ceiling until sleep dragged me under. When camp ended, my parents picked me up with big smiles. They said I looked stronger, said I seemed more confident. I didn't say much on the ride home. I never told them what really happened there. I figured they wouldn't believe me, or worse, they'd think it was good for me. But for weeks after, I had nightmares. I grew up in what most people would call a normal, religious family. Not the kind you see in movies with loud preachers or strict rules, but just a simple, kind of quiet faith. Our church was peaceful and welcoming, nothing extreme. We weren't fundy at all. My parents believed in faith, but they never pushed it on us in a scary or controlling way. It was more about kindness, community, and trying to live a good life. That's why it came as a shock when, one summer, our church decided to send my older sister and me to this summer camp. On paper, it seemed fine. The camp looked normal, almost like any other place kids went for summer fun. Woods, a lake, cabins, campfires. But it was run by a group with really strict, old-fashioned religious views. We didn't know how intense it would get. I was 6 years old. My sister was 9. My mom came with us as a sort of chaperone, a representative from our church. She wanted to keep an eye on things just in case. At first, the camp seemed okay. The kids wore regular clothes, girls wore one-piece swimsuits, and boys wore trunks. Boys and girls played some of the same games, and the counselors were friendly enough. The cabins were wooden and simple, with bunk beds and thin mattresses. It smelled like pine and dirt, and the air was always thick with the smell of smoke from the campfires. But underneath all that, there was something off. The first strange thing I noticed was how they handled injuries. One afternoon, my sister tripped on a tree root and scraped her knee badly. Instead of cleaning the wound, someone brought her to a counselor. A woman maybe in her late 20s, who didn't grab a first aid kit or even a clean rag. She just knelt beside my sister, put her hands over the cut, and said something about praying to heal the injury. At 6 years old, I didn't understand why nobody was cleaning the blood or putting a bandage on her. I just stood there, watching, a little scared and confused. My sister winced but didn't say anything. The counselor's lips moved in a silent prayer. I remember thinking, is this all they are going to do? Just pray. My mom was watching from a little distance. When the prayer was done, she quickly went over, grabbed a clean cloth from her bag, wiped the blood gently, and found a bandage. My sister let out a sigh of relief as the pain dulled. It wasn't long after that I started noticing more strange things. The camp had these small groups where kids were split into little circles and the counselors talked about their version of faith. One day, the counselor talked about sickness. She said if you had something like cancer or a serious disease, it meant you had sinned somehow. It was like punishment. I remember feeling scared. I had heard about cancer from my mom, but no one ever said it was because you were bad or had done something wrong. I didn't understand why anyone would say that, especially to kids. Felt harsh and mean, but the camp counselors spoke with such certainty and calm, like they really believed it. Most days I tried to avoid those talks, but they happened often. They told us we should only trust God to heal us and not doctors or medicine. I saw kids who were sick or hurt and they didn't get any real help, just more prayers. That made me scared for them. The camp schedule was packed. Mornings were for Bible study, afternoons for swimming, hiking, and crafts. But even the fun stuff had rules that felt strange. The counselors were strict about modesty. Girls had to wear their swimsuits exactly as they said. No shorts or tank tops allowed outside the cabin. Boys weren't allowed to talk to girls much, even though the other kids mixed in activities sometimes. We had to memorize Bible verses and repeat them several times a day. They even had these confession sessions where kids would have to admit their sins in front of the group. Sometimes that was about small things like telling a lie or being angry, but sometimes they pushed kids to confess more serious things, like impure thoughts, which made everyone uncomfortable. I remember the campfire nights most vividly. The counselors would tell stories about people who got sick or hurt and how they were saved only when they truly believed and repented. They warned us about the evils of modern medicine and said that trusting doctors was a lack of faith. I didn't understand all the words, but I could feel the fear in the stories. It made me feel like if I ever got sick or hurt, it was my fault and I might not get better unless I was really good. At night, when I tried to sleep in the wooden bunk bed, I would think about those stories and feel a heavy weight in my chest. My sister was quieter. She just kept her head down and tried to stay out of trouble. I think she felt scared too, but didn't want to show it. The other kids varied. Some seemed to really believe all this stuff. Others looked confused or sad. One day, there was a big problem. A boy in our group had fallen while climbing a tree and broke his arm badly. He was crying, holding his arm, and it was clear he needed a doctor fast. The counselors gathered around and, again, talked about praying for him instead of calling for medical help right away. My mom stepped in firmly and said they had to get him to a hospital immediately. She insisted, even though some of the counselors were arguing that faith would heal him. That was the moment when I realized how serious this camp was. The rules were not just about having fun or learning Bible stories, they controlled everything, including life and death. The camp was not safe. After that, my mom spoke with the camp leaders and our church leaders. She told them everything. The prayers instead of bandages, the harsh teachings, the refusal to seek medical care, and how the kids were scared. Our church was shocked. They hadn't known how extreme the camp really was. By the end of that summer, our church decided never to send kids to that camp again. My mom helped make sure no other families from our church would get caught in that situation. Looking back, I think about how confusing and frightening that summer was for me as a kid. The camp wasn't about fun or learning to be a good person. It was about control and fear, making children believe that being sick or hurt was their own fault and that medicine was a sin. That summer left a mark on me, one I still carry. It made me question what faith really means and how dangerous it can be when people use it to hurt instead of help. But I'm grateful for my mom. She was the voice of reason and safety in that place. Without her, who knows what might have happened to me or my sister. We never went back to that camp, and our church never sent kids there again. Instead, we found places where faith meant love and kindness, not fear and judgment. That's how I learned that not all camps are what they seem, and that sometimes, even in places meant for fun and growth, there can be dark, hidden truths. I remember the day my mom told me I was going to camp. It was summer, and I had been looking forward to just doing nothing. Sleeping in, playing video games, hanging out at the mall with a friend if I could convince someone to drive me. But that wasn't going to happen. My mom had been on the phone with her brother, my uncle, the one with the perfect family and perfect church life, and he had apparently convinced her that I should spend a weekend at some Jesus camp in the middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania. We weren't religious. We weren't anything, really. We didn't go to church. We didn't talk about God. We just kind of lived. But my uncle's family was on the other end of that spectrum. His wife homeschooled their kids, made them memorize Bible verses before breakfast, and the only music allowed in their house was gospel. So yeah, it was a bit of a jump from my world to theirs. But for some reason, my mom thought it would be good for me. Just a long weekend, she said. It'll be fun. I didn't argue. I didn't want to seem ungrateful, and deep down I thought, maybe it'd be a cool change. Maybe the outdoors would be nice. Pennsylvania had mountains, right? And campfires and hiking trails. I wasn't expecting luxury, but I figured it'd be a break. I packed a few outfits, a bathing suit, my toothbrush, and a small bottle of Benadryl. I have pretty bad grass allergies, and the last time I went anywhere green for more than a day, I broke out in hives that made me look like I had chickenpox. The ride up was long and quiet. I sat in the back seat of my cousin's van while her parents talked in low voices about prayer meetings and devotionals. My cousin sat beside me, earbuds in, listening to some censored Christian pop music. She didn't say much. I didn't either. I just stared out the window and watched the woods get thicker and the houses farther apart. Civilization thinned until we turned down a gravel road and passed under a hand-painted wooden sign that said, Christ's Path Youth Retreat. The place was even more isolated than I expected. It was just a cluster of wooden cabins surrounded by trees on all sides. There was a chapel building, a mess hall, a small pool, and a few open fields that were already making my skin itch just looking at them. There were other teens milling around, all wearing shirts with Bible verses on them. Some kids were tossing a frisbee. Others sat on benches reading little booklets. No one had a phone out. No one had headphones. It felt like I'd been dropped into a different decade. We got out of the van, and the second I stepped onto the gravel, I felt like I didn't belong. My sneakers were bright, my shorts were short, and my tank top, while plain and totally non-revealing, might as well have been lingerie to them. I saw people glance at me, then quickly look away. Not with curiosity, more like judgment. They showed me to the cabin I'd be staying in. It had bunk beds, creaky floors, and no air conditioning. I threw my bag on a top bunk and tried to act like I was cool with everything. Tried not to notice how quiet everyone got when I walked in. Later that day was pool time. It was one of the few things I was actually looking forward to. The air was hot and sticky, and the water looked cool and clean. I changed into my tankini, which was honestly the least flattering bathing suit I owned. It covered everything, even more than some one-pieces did. But the second I stepped onto the pool deck, I felt eyes on me, disapproving ones. I didn't even make it to the ladder before one of the counselors pulled me aside. She looked like she was only a few years older than me, but had the voice of someone twice her age. She told me I couldn't swim because my swimsuit didn't meet modesty standards. I just stood there, confused. She pointed at a list pinned to the wall, and yeah, there it was. All girls must wear full-length swim shirts and board shorts past the knee. I didn't argue. I didn't say anything. I just turned around and walked back to the cabin. That was strike one. That night, I tried to shake it off. Maybe I'd read a book or nap during pool time from now on. Fine, I could handle that. But the next day was even worse. They did a bag check that morning, which they said was routine. We were told to leave our bags open on our bunks. I didn't think much of it until I came back to find my Benadryl missing. At first, I thought someone had taken it by mistake. But then one of the male leaders called me over to the front porch of the cabin and told me, flat out, that I had violated the rules by bringing drugs. I tried to explain, but it didn't matter. They didn't want to hear it. He told me I should be ashamed of myself, said that deception was a sin and that bringing pills, no matter the reason, showed poor judgment. I wanted to cry. I felt my throat close a little, but I held it in. I wasn't allowed to take part in any outdoor activities after that. I could either sit in the chapel and read scripture or stay in the cabin. Everything was done on grass, volleyball, devotionals, group games, so I was cut off from basically the whole schedule. No one offered an alternative. No one cared. That was strike two. The rest of the day, I kept my head down. My cousin came to sit with me at dinner. She didn't apologize or anything, just talked about how strict the rules were and how dumb some of them seemed. That night, she told me she wanted to sneak over to the boys' dorm. She didn't want to do anything crazy, just hang out with some guy she had a crush on. She said, but she couldn't go alone. It would look bad. But if I went with her, it would be fine. I should have said no, but I was already branded as the bad kid. I thought, what more could they do? I didn't want to be alone in the cabin again, and part of me wanted to prove that I could handle something fun without everything falling apart. So we went, just for a few minutes. The guy met us outside and they talked near the trees while I stood nearby, pretending to admire the stars. I was nervous. I felt like a shadow could lunge at us any minute, like one of those counselors would come storming out of the dark, which is exactly what happened. A flashlight beam cut through the trees. Voices shouted. My cousin bolted, but I froze. They grabbed my arm, dragged me back to the chapel, and made me sit in front of a panel of adults like I was some criminal. They didn't ask questions. They just told me what they already believed, that I was a bad influence, that I had led my cousin astray, that because I came from a secular background, I didn't know any better, that I had ignored every rule, pushed every boundary, and now I needed to leave. She stayed. She didn't speak up. Her parents didn't even make eye contact with me. That was strike three. They didn't even wait for morning. They called my mom that night and told her to come get me. She was furious, mostly confused, but agreed. I waited in the chapel with one of the older women watching me like a hawk until my mom's car pulled up at dawn. She didn't say much, just drove. I stared out the window and felt like I was leaving a war zone. By the time we got home, I was exhausted. I had hives on my arms, a sunburn on my neck, and a heaviness in my chest that didn't go away for days. My mom didn't send me anywhere after that. She apologized, told me she didn't know it would be like that. I think she was embarrassed more than anything. She never talked to my uncle again, at least not like before. For a while, I kept replaying the weekend in my head, wondering if I should have done things differently, if I should have brought a different swimsuit, left the medicine at home, said no to sneaking out. But after a few months, I stopped blaming myself. I realized that no matter what I'd done, they had already decided who I was. They needed someone to make an example of, and I was easy. It's been years now, but I still think about that camp sometimes. Not in a horror movie kind of way, just in that cold, unsettled way you remember something that made you feel powerless. That weekend didn't have ghosts or demons, but it didn't need them. The people were enough. Their judgment, their fake smiles, their twisted rules. That camp was supposed to bring people closer to something good, but all it did was shove me further away. And honestly, I'm okay with that, because the scariest part wasn't being kicked out. It was the feeling of being erased, blamed, forgotten. But I remember, and I'll never go back. I didn't plan to stay overnight in that cabin. Honestly, I just wanted a quiet place to stop and rest after a long day of driving through the mountains. I had been on the road for hours, tired and worn out, and when I saw the small wooden cabin off the side of a narrow dirt road, I figured I could at least stretch my legs and maybe have a quick break before continuing. The sun was setting fast behind the pine trees, and the sky had that deep orange-red color that makes everything look calm and almost peaceful. I thought I'd sit on the porch, maybe drink some water, then be on my way. But things didn't turn out the way I expected. The cabin looked old but sturdy enough. It was small, made of thick logs that had darkened with age, with a simple porch that creaked under my feet when I stepped onto it. The windows were covered in dirt and grime, so I couldn't see inside. The door was locked with a rusty padlock. Around it, the forest was thick and silent except for the occasional bird or rustle of a squirrel. I pulled my phone out to check the signal. Nothing. No bars at all. The battery was low too. I figured I'd have to find a signal farther down the road, so I started walking. But the dirt road disappeared into the thick trees in both directions, and my map wasn't helping. I was lost. The sun was almost gone when I decided to circle back to the cabin. My legs were sore, and the chill was settling into the air. I looked around, hoping to spot another car or maybe a trail that would lead me back to the main highway. But the woods were dense, dark, and closed off. The last rays of light flickered between the tree trunks, and I could hear the wind moving the branches. I walked back to the cabin, the only shelter I knew of. I examined the door again, hoping maybe the lock was loose. No luck, but as I circled the building, I noticed something odd. A small window on the side was slightly cracked open, just enough to squeeze through if I was careful. I hesitated but realized I didn't have much choice. The temperature was dropping fast, and the thought of spending the night in the cold forest made me shiver. I looked around one last time, then climbed through the window. The glass was dusty, and I had to push hard to slide it open without breaking it. Inside, the cabin was dark and smelled musty. The floor was covered in a thin layer of dirt and leaves that had blown in through cracks in the walls and roof. A thick layer of dust covered every surface. The place looked abandoned for years. There was a small wood stove in the corner, rusty but still there. A rickety wooden table sat in the middle of the room, and a couple of old chairs were pushed against the walls. I looked around for anything useful, food, water, matches, but the kitchen area was empty except for some broken plates and rusty cans. The only thing that seemed useful was a pile of old firewood stacked near the stove. I gathered some of it and tried to make a fire. The wood was dry enough, and after some struggle, the flames caught. The small fire gave off a weak but warm light and heat that started to push away the cold creeping inside the cabin. I sat on the floor close to the stove, wrapped in my jacket, and listened. Outside, the forest was quiet but alive. The occasional crack of a branch, the call of a distant animal. But then, after a while, I heard something else. A faint noise from outside. It was hard to place at first, but it sounded like footsteps on the dry leaves. Slow, steady steps. Not close, but definitely coming from somewhere nearby. I froze and strained to listen. The steps stopped, then started again, moving around the cabin. I held my breath and stayed perfectly still, hoping whoever or whatever it was would go away. The footsteps circled the cabin, slow and deliberate. Then they stopped right outside the window I had climbed through. I looked toward the window, my heart pounding. The shadows of branches stretched across the dirty glass. I couldn't see anyone, but I was sure I wasn't alone. I remembered the small hunting knife in my backpack and grabbed it, holding it tightly. The fire flickered as a cold wind blew through the cracks in the walls. I stayed as quiet as possible, trying to think. Why would someone be walking around this cabin at night? Who else would be out here in the middle of nowhere? I thought of calling for help but had no signal. I couldn't open the door, so I was trapped inside this tiny cabin with someone lurking outside. The footsteps moved again, slower this time, circling the cabin once more. Then they stopped and I heard something else, the faint scrape of metal against wood. My mind raced. Could it be someone trying to break in? Maybe a hunter or some other person with bad intentions. Or worse, someone who didn't want to be found. I moved away from the window and crouched in the darkest corner near the stove, trying to stay out of sight. I could hear the person now moving around the cabin, checking all sides. They were quiet but methodical, like they knew exactly what they were doing. I had no idea how long this went on. Minutes felt like hours. My throat was dry, my hands trembling. I didn't dare make a sound. Then suddenly the footsteps stopped. Silence. The wind stopped. The forest seemed to hold its breath. Then came a sound that made my blood run cold. A low, slow scratching on the wooden door. Someone was trying to pry it open with a tool, a crowbar or something similar. The lock held, but the door shook with the force of each attempt. I grabbed the nearest heavy piece of wood, a broken chair leg, and prepared to defend myself. The door rattled again, then silence. I waited, heart hammering in my chest. Then footsteps again, moving away from the door around the cabin, slower this time. The person was giving up? Maybe, but I wasn't taking any chances. I sat down against the wall, keeping my knife and would close, eyes on every shadow. My mind tried to plan what I would do if the door gave way. The night outside was deep now, and the only light came from the dying fire. The temperature dropped even more, and my breath came out in cold puffs. I was exhausted but couldn't sleep. Then I heard something else. A faint voice, far away, calling out. It was so low I wasn't sure if I imagined it. It sounded like a man's voice, shouting or calling for someone. I listened closely. The voice grew louder for a moment, then disappeared into the forest. I realized the person outside wasn't alone. There might be more than one. That scared me more than anything else. The scratching at the door returned, more urgent this time. The lock started to give way under the pressure. I knew I had to act fast. I grabbed the heavy piece of wood and waited. The door suddenly burst open, and a man stepped inside. He was tall, wearing a dark jacket and a cap pulled low over his face. His eyes shone with a strange coldness. I swung the wood at him with everything I had. He caught it with one hand and shoved me hard against the wall. Pain exploded in my ribs, but I held on to the knife in my other hand. He moved toward me slowly. I could see his breath in the cold air. I thought he was going to hurt me, but instead, he stopped and looked around the cabin. Then he spoke, but I didn't answer. His voice was low and angry. He muttered something about stupid trespassers, and this is my place. I didn't understand. I realized then this cabin wasn't abandoned. Someone was living out here, hiding, and I had just stumbled into their territory. He told me I had to leave, not just now, but forever. He warned me not to come back, or worse things would happen. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. He left through the door and slammed it shut behind him, locking it again. I waited for a long time, listening. When the footsteps finally faded into the night, I gathered what strength I had left and climbed out the window again. The forest was darker and colder than before. I knew I had to get out of there quickly. I ran, not looking back, until I found a small dirt road. I kept running until I saw headlights approaching on the main road. I flagged down a car and told the driver to take me to the nearest town. The police later told me that the cabin was owned by a man who had been hiding from the law for years. He had set traps around the property and was known to threaten anyone who came near. The man was arrested a few days later after a search, but the memory of that night stayed with me. I learned that sometimes the scariest things don't come from ghosts or monsters, but from real people hiding in the shadows, and you never know what kind of danger might be waiting in the most unexpected places. I decided to take a break from the city and spend a few days at a cabin I had rented out in the mountains. It was late October, and the air was already cold and crisp, the kind of cold that makes your breath visible and your skin sting a little. I was craving silence, away from the noise, the phones, the endless emails and responsibilities. The cabin was supposed to be simple, just a small wooden structure tucked away in the forest. No electricity, no internet, just nature and quiet. I arrived in the late afternoon after a long drive winding through narrow mountain roads lined with towering pine trees. The sun was low and orange, casting long shadows over the ground. The cabin was about half a mile off the main road, accessible only by a dirt path that looked rarely traveled. When I first saw the cabin, I liked it immediately. A small building made of rough logs with a stone chimney, a porch with a rocking chair, and a little woodpile stacked neatly by the side. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood and a faint hint of smoke. The floor creaked underfoot. The walls were lined with dark, rough logs, and there was a small wood-burning stove in the corner. There was one small window overlooking the forest, and a simple bed with a thick quilt. I unpacked my bag, stacked some firewood in the stove, and got a small fire going. The first night I spent reading by the firelight. The only sounds coming from outside were the occasional crack of twigs or the distant call of birds settling in for the night. That first night passed uneventfully, but I was already attuned to the subtle noises of the forest. The wind rustling through the trees, small animals moving in the underbrush, the faint dripping of water from a recent rain. It was peaceful, even comforting. I slept well, waking early the next morning to the pale gray light filtering in through the window. The next day, I explored a little. The forest around the cabin was dense, but not so thick that I couldn't find my way. I followed a small trail a few hundred yards and found a stream trickling over mossy rocks. The water was cold and clear, and I sat for a long while just watching the surface ripple. The quiet was deep here, but it felt natural, not oppressive. I kept the fire going in the cabin and cooked simple meals over it. Canned beans, some bread, coffee. I didn't bring much. The idea was to disconnect completely. For the most part, it worked. The only problem was my phone, which had no signal and drained its battery within hours. On the third day, the weather changed. A thick fog rolled in during the morning, settling low over the ground and making the forest seem like a different place entirely. The trees appeared as vague, dark shapes through the white mist. The visibility dropped to only a few feet. I stayed inside the cabin for most of the day, lighting the fire and reading an old book I had brought along. But that night, something strange began to happen. Around midnight, I woke up to a sound outside. At first, it was soft, like the scuffling of leaves. I thought maybe an animal had come near. The cabin was old but solid, and I felt safe enough. I lay still, trying to listen. The sound grew louder, more deliberate, like footsteps. The problem was, I was alone, and I hadn't heard any other cars or people around for miles. The dirt path leading to the cabin was overgrown and barely visible. Who could be out there at this hour? I got up quietly and looked out the window, but the fog was so thick I couldn't see more than a few feet beyond the porch. The moon was hidden behind heavy clouds, making everything dim. The footsteps moved closer to the cabin, slow and careful, stopping at the edge of the porch. I waited, frozen. After a long moment, I heard something scrape against the wood, a soft, dragging sound. Then silence. I tried to tell myself it was just a deer or some other animal, but the steps sounded too deliberate, too human. The next morning, I found something odd on the porch, small scratch marks on the wood near the door. They weren't deep, but they looked fresh, like claws or maybe fingernails. The idea made my stomach twist. I spent the day trying to stay busy. I gathered more firewood, chopped some with the old axe I found stacked near the woodpile. I was careful to keep the door locked and the windows shut tight. Still, the feeling of being watched didn't go away. On the fourth day, I decided to hike to the nearest ranger station about 2 miles away, just to check in and maybe get some news. I packed a small bag, locked the cabin, and started out through the fog. The forest seemed thicker here, darker. The fog hung heavy and cold, settling on my jacket and hair. As I walked, I noticed the footprints in the mud. 2 sets of boots, large and heavy, heading the same way I was. I had seen no one on the trail, but the tracks were fresh. Someone else had been here recently. I felt a flicker of unease, but told myself to stay calm. The ranger station was nearby and probably open during the day. When I reached the station, it was locked up tight. The sign said it was closed for the season. No one was around. I checked the windows and saw an empty office inside, dusty and quiet. I was starting to feel seriously isolated. As I turned to head back to the cabin, I spotted something strange by the edge of the parking lot. A bundle of old clothes and some cans of food, half buried in the dirt and leaves. They looked abandoned, maybe left by a hunter or a hiker. The clothes were torn, and the cans were dented and rusty. Something about the way they were dumped seemed careless, like whoever left them didn't want to come back. I shrugged it off and started back down the trail. The fog was thicker now, and the forest was strangely silent, like all the animals had gone quiet. I hurried my pace, wanting to get back before nightfall. Back at the cabin, I locked the door and drew the curtains. The silence was heavy, almost oppressive now. I kept the fire burning bright, chopping wood and stacking it near the stove. I was on edge, listening for any noise outside. That night, the sounds came again. Footsteps, slow and cautious, circling the cabin. I heard a soft knock at the door, almost inaudible but definitely deliberate. I didn't answer. I stayed still in the dark, watching the shadows outside the window. The fog was so thick I couldn't see anything clearly. After what felt like hours, the footsteps and knocking stopped. The forest fell silent once more. The next morning, I found something new on the porch. A crudely drawn symbol scratched into the wood near the doorframe. It looked like a circle with lines crossing it. Nothing I recognized. The scratch marks around it were deeper, as if whoever made it had used a knife or a sharp rock. That's when I realized I wasn't alone out here. Someone was watching me. Someone had been near the cabin multiple times over the last few days, moving silently through the fog and the trees. I spent the day packing up. The idea of spending another night there was unbearable. I wanted to leave before dark, get back to the safety of a town, people, and at least cell phone signal. As I loaded my bag and prepared to leave, I noticed something out of place near the woodpile. A small pile of stones arranged in a triangle. It wasn't natural. Someone had taken time to do this. The air felt colder, heavier. I picked up my backpack and locked the cabin door behind me. The walk back to the main road was tense. Every crack of a twig, every snap of a branch had me spinning around, heart racing. I didn't want to run because that would make noise, but I was moving faster than I wanted to admit. When I reached the dirt road, I saw tire tracks in the mud. They looked fresh, like a truck or SUV had passed recently. That meant whoever had been near the cabin could have left, but they could also be nearby, waiting. I didn't stop walking until I got to my car. The engine started on the first try, and I didn't even bother looking back as I pulled onto the main road and headed down the mountain. On the drive home, I thought about everything I had seen and heard. The footsteps, the marks, the abandoned clothes, the strange symbols. It wasn't the work of animals or the wind. Someone had been out there, stalking or watching. Maybe a hunter, maybe someone who lived off the grid and didn't want visitors. Maybe worse. I never went back to that cabin. I reported the strange markings and abandoned items to the local ranger's office, but they said nothing like that had been reported before. The fog, the isolation, the strange signs all added up to something I couldn't explain. But one thing was clear. Sometimes the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters. They're real people, real danger, and the unknown waiting just beyond the trees. I decided to spend a week alone at a cabin in the woods. It wasn't anything fancy, just a small wooden cabin with rough walls, a chimney, a wood stove, and a porch that overlooked a narrow lake. The cabin was rented from a man in a small town about an hour's drive from the city where I lived. I wanted to get away from everything. No noise, no people, just silence and nature. I'd been feeling restless for months, and I hoped a week in the woods would help me clear my head. The drive out was long but peaceful. The road turned from paved asphalt to gravel, then to dirt, winding through thick pine forests. The air smelled clean, fresh with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. When I arrived, the sun was already dipping low behind the tall trees. The cabin looked exactly like the photos online. Simple and a bit rough, but cozy. There was a small stack of firewood beside the porch and a rusty metal bucket for water near the door. The lake was calm, reflecting the orange and purple colors of the sky. I unloaded my bag and set up inside. The cabin had a single room with a small bed in the corner, a wooden table with 2 chairs, a kitchenette with a tiny stove, and shelves stocked with some basic supplies. The wood stove was cold, but I was prepared with a pile of dry logs and matches. I lit a fire to warm the room before night fell completely. Outside, the sounds of the forest filled the air, birds chirping their last songs of the day, insects buzzing, and the soft splash of water as a fish jumped in the lake. I took a deep breath and felt the tension in my shoulders start to ease. This was exactly what I needed. That first night, I slept well. The silence was complete except for the occasional distant howl of a coyote or the rustling of branches in the wind. When I woke in the morning, the cabin was cold, so I quickly started the stove again and boiled some water for coffee. The sun filtered through the window, casting long shadows on the wooden floor. Outside, the forest looked alive with morning light. I spent the day exploring the nearby trails, taking pictures and writing in my journal. Everything was perfect. On the 3rd day, things started to change. I noticed small signs around the cabin, footprints in the soft earth near the porch, broken twigs on the path leading to the water, and faint marks on the bark of nearby trees. The footprints weren't mine, and they didn't look like any animal tracks I knew. They were bigger, more like human footprints, but not fresh. They looked old and faded, like they had been there for days. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe other hikers had passed by, or maybe the landlord's son came to check the place. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. That night, I heard noises outside. Not just the usual forest sounds, but something different. Shuffling footsteps, soft scraping sounds near the cabin walls. I sat by the fire, gripping a large kitchen knife I had brought for safety. I stayed awake most of the night, eyes scanning the dark windows, ears straining for any sound. But morning came with no obvious sign of anything unusual. I decided to stay calm, reminding myself I was in a public area and there was no reason to be scared. The forest was a wild place, full of animals and nature's noises. Still, the feeling wouldn't go away. The next day, I tried to distract myself. I went fishing in the lake and prepared a simple meal of grilled fish on the stove. The sun was shining, the water was cool, and I could hear birds calling in the trees. But the shadows seemed longer now, and the wind felt colder than before. I found more broken branches and disturbed underbrush near the cabin, as if someone or something had been moving through the forest in my immediate area. I started locking the cabin door whenever I went outside, even though it had a simple latch. I felt exposed, vulnerable. On the fifth night, the fear became real. I was sitting on the porch watching the sunset when I heard a loud crack behind me. Turning quickly, I saw a figure moving through the trees, about 50 yards from the cabin. It was tall, dressed in dark clothes that blended into the shadows. I froze, heart pounding. I reached slowly for my phone, but there was no signal. The forest swallowed the sound of any call I might make. The figure didn't move closer but stood still, watching. I blinked, and it was gone. Just like that, my mind raced with possibilities. Was it a hunter? Someone lost? Or something else? I grabbed my knife and went inside, locking the door securely. That night, I barely slept. Every noise outside made me jump. The wind moaned through the trees, and the branches scraped against the windows. I kept the fire burning low and sat by the door, ready to defend myself if needed. When dawn came, I felt exhausted and tense. I debated leaving, but the cabin was a 2-hour drive from the nearest town. I didn't want to risk hiking through the forest alone in daylight without knowing what was out there. Instead, I stayed alert. During the day, I found more signs. Footprints circling the cabin, marks on the wooden porch steps where someone had tried to pry the door open, and a small pile of stones placed deliberately near the back window. The stones didn't look random, they seemed arranged. My stomach twisted with fear. Someone was definitely watching me. Someone had been close, waiting. I checked my supplies. I had enough food and water to last several days. The cabin was sturdy, the door held firm, and I had the knife for protection. But I knew I wasn't safe. Not really. That night, the sounds grew louder. Footsteps paced around the cabin, scratching noises, the crunch of leaves under heavy boots. I held my breath every time a sound came close to the door or windows. Suddenly, a loud bang shook the cabin. Someone had hit the door hard with something heavy. I gripped my knife tighter, then another bang and another. Panic surged through me, but I forced myself to stay calm. I moved to the wood stove and grabbed a heavy iron poker. The banging stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. I stayed awake until first light, watching every shadow and listening for any sign of movement. Morning came, pale and gray. Outside, the forest looked normal, but I knew it wasn't. I checked the door and found fresh dents and scratches on the wood. Someone had tried to break in. I realized I had to leave. Packing quickly, I gathered what I could carry and prepared to hike to the main road. I left the cabin quietly, stepping over broken branches and footprints that surrounded the clearing. The forest was thick, and the trail was narrow, but I kept moving fast, adrenaline pushing me forward. After about an hour, I reached the gravel road. I walked along it until I saw a car coming. I flagged it down and asked for help. The driver gave me a ride to the nearest town where I called the police. The police took my report seriously. They returned with me to the cabin, where they found clear signs of forced entry attempts and footprints around the cabin. They suspected someone had been watching the place for days, possibly planning to rob it or worse. They said it was lucky I left when I did. The area was remote, and the chances of being found quickly were low. In the end, I didn't go back to that cabin. The memory stayed with me, a reminder of how quickly peaceful places can become dangerous when someone's lurking in the shadows. I still visit the woods sometimes, but I never stay alone in a place where I can't get help if things go wrong. Sometimes the scariest things don't come from stories or ghosts. They come from real people and real threats, waiting quietly until the right moment to step out of the shadows. I'd always thought getting away from the city and spending a few days in the woods would be a great way to clear my head. The idea of a cabin in the middle of nowhere sounded peaceful, a break from the noise and the rush. I had no idea how wrong I was until I found myself stuck there, facing something I hadn't prepared for at all. It started with a plan. I found a small cabin listed online, advertised as rustic, quiet, off the grid. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, no distractions. Perfect for a week of reading, writing, and just getting some space. The place was about a 3-hour drive from the nearest town, tucked away in the mountains with nothing but trees and the occasional dirt road for miles. I packed light, some food, a first aid kit, a flashlight, and plenty of water. The road getting there was rough, full of potholes and rocks, but my car handled it. When I finally pulled up, the cabin was exactly as described. Small, with a porch and a woodpile stacked beside it. The windows were dusty but intact, and the door creaked a little when I opened it. Inside, it was basic. A table, a couple of chairs, a bed with a thin mattress, and a small wood stove. No electricity, no running water, just a hand pump outside for well water. It was going to be an adventure. The first 2 days were peaceful. I chopped wood to keep the stove burning, cooked simple meals on a small camping stove I brought, and read books by lamplight. During the day, I wandered through the woods, admiring how quiet it was, how fresh the air smelled, and how completely isolated I felt. At night, the only sounds were crickets and the occasional distant hoot of an owl. I was content. Then, on the 3rd day, things began to change. I woke up early that morning because the wood stove had died out overnight. I decided to refill the stove before making breakfast, so I went outside to grab more wood from the stack. The sky was gray, a thick layer of clouds hanging low. It looked like it might rain soon. As I reached for a log, I noticed something odd on the ground, a set of footprints. At first, I thought maybe I had imagined it, but no, there they were, clear footprints in the soft dirt, fresh and leading away from the cabin toward the woods. They were too large to be mine. I hadn't seen anyone else arrive, and the nearest road was miles away. The prints looked like they belonged to someone wearing heavy boots. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I checked around the cabin perimeter, but there was no sign of anyone nearby. I told myself maybe a hunter or a hiker had passed by and left the prints. Still, it was unnerving. That day, I stayed inside more than usual. I kept the doors locked and windows shut tight. I checked the locks again and again. The wind picked up in the afternoon, and the rain started just after dusk. I sat by the stove, reading with the lantern casting flickering shadows on the wooden walls. In the middle of the night, I was woken by a strange noise. It was a scraping sound, like someone dragging something heavy across the ground. I froze. The sound came from just outside the cabin, close enough that I could hear every scrape and crack of a stick underweight. I didn't dare look outside. My heart pounded in my chest as I waited, holding my breath. After a few minutes, the noise stopped, and the silence returned. I stayed awake the rest of the night, clutching the flashlight, ready to shine it out the window at the slightest sound. The next morning, I found more footprints around the cabin. They hadn't been there before. This time, they circled around, coming up close to the porch. There was also a broken twig near the door, bent as if someone had grabbed it or used it to pry something. I realized then I wasn't alone. The realization hit me hard. The place I thought was my refuge had been entered by someone else, someone who didn't announce themselves. There was no note, no sign of friendly intent. just evidence that I was being watched, maybe even stalked. For the next 2 days, I kept my eyes open, but I never saw anyone. I stopped going into the woods. I barely left the cabin except to bring in firewood or water. I kept every door and window locked. I also started making noise during the day, banging pots and shouting occasionally, hoping to scare whoever was out there away. It didn't work. On the 5th day, when I stepped outside to check the woodpile, I saw something new. Another footprint, but this one was different. It wasn't a boot print. It was bare. A human foot pressed deep into the wet ground, and it led straight to the back of the cabin. My breath caught. How close had they gotten? I turned slowly to look behind me. Nothing but trees. No one in sight, but I felt eyes on me. That night, the scraping sound came again, this time accompanied by faint footsteps circling the cabin. I held my breath, listening. At one point, I heard something hit the cabin wall. A rock, small but loud as it bounced on the wood. I was terrified, but I didn't want to give in to panic. I grabbed my phone to check for service. Nothing. No bars at all. The isolation was total. I tried to remember what supplies I had. I had food for a week, plenty of water, my flashlight, a knife in my bag, and the wood stove for warmth. No gun, no way to call for help. The next morning, I was determined to leave. I packed some essentials into my bag, planning to hike back to the main road and get out of there. But as I walked to my car, I saw it. The tires slashed. Deep cuts all around, enough to keep me from driving anywhere. The car was useless. Panic surged. I was trapped. I ran back to the cabin and locked the door behind me. The prints were everywhere now. Around the cabin, on the porch, near the woodpile, even around the back door. Someone had been here all along. I spent the day trying to find something I could use to defend myself. The cabin was sparse. The only thing heavy enough was an iron poker from the stove, which I grabbed and kept close. Night came again, and the noises were worse. Scraping, footsteps, and this time I heard a low growl or something like a muttered sound, but it wasn't clear. Whoever was out there wasn't making friendly noises. I had no idea what they wanted or if they were dangerous. The uncertainty was the worst. I stayed awake, holding the poker, waiting for the night to end. At dawn, I gathered my courage and went outside to check the perimeter, looking for clues or a way out. Near the back of the cabin, I saw something I hadn't noticed before. A narrow trail leading from the forest edge toward a dense thicket of bushes. It was narrow but looked recently used. I decided to follow it. The trail was overgrown but passable. I moved carefully, listening for any sounds. About 20 minutes in, I saw a small clearing. There, half hidden by bushes, was a campsite. It looked like someone had been living there for a while. An old tent, a fire pit, some trash scattered around. Most disturbing was a makeshift shelter built from branches and tarp, big enough to hide a person. There were footprints in the dirt, fresh and deep. Something about the place was filthy, neglected, and tense. I understood then. Whoever was stalking the cabin wasn't just passing through. They were living out here, possibly watching me all along, hiding nearby. Fear gripped me. I hurried back to the cabin. That day, I tried to stay as quiet as possible, but the idea that someone was just outside, hidden in the trees or bushes, watching me, never letting me feel safe, was unbearable. I stopped eating. I barely slept. That evening, I heard a loud banging on the cabin door. Hard, heavy, like someone trying to break in. I stood frozen, clutching the poker. The banging stopped after a few seconds, then silence. The banging started again. I braced myself, heart pounding, ready to fight. Suddenly, the door handle rattled. Someone was trying to open it. I pushed the door shut with all my strength and turned the bolt. The handle kept moving, the door shaking as someone tried to force it open. Then, I heard footsteps running away into the woods. I collapsed on the floor, shaking, scared out of my mind. The next morning, I found scratches on the door frame, deep, jagged marks like someone had tried to claw their way in. The footprints outside were gone. I knew I couldn't stay another day. I searched the cabin for anything I could use to fix the tires. Nothing. My only choice was to walk. I packed what I could carry: some water, food, my flashlight, the knife, and the poker. I checked the sky. Clear, but the clouds were moving fast. I left the cabin just after dawn. The forest was thick, the trail from the back of the cabin barely visible now. I followed it, hoping it would lead me to a main road. The woods were eerily silent. No birds, no animals. Just me and the crunch of my boots on dry leaves. After hours of walking, I came to a small dirt road. I stayed on it, moving as fast as I could without making noise. By late afternoon, I heard a car engine in the distance. Relief flooded me. I kept walking until I reached the road where I could wave down the car. The driver stopped, and I got in without a word. I was shaking too much to speak. All I could do was look back at the woods. I've always liked being alone in the woods. Something about the quiet, the smell of pine, and the slow crawl of time makes me feel grounded. I guess that's why, every year, I try to get away from the city noise, the constant buzz of people, cars, and screens, and disappear into the forest for a few days. This time, I found a small cabin deep in the mountains, an old place that wasn't on any map or app, something I found mentioned in a forgotten hiking forum from years ago. It sounded perfect. The drive was long. I left early, before dawn, packing only what I thought was necessary: a sleeping bag, a few cans of food, water, some basic tools, and a flashlight. The road wound up into the hills, getting rougher the higher I went. At some point, the asphalt ended and I was on a narrow dirt path. No signs, no other cars, just the trees closing in on both sides like a wall. When I finally reached the cabin, it was already late afternoon. The sun was halfway down behind the thick pines, throwing long shadows across the forest floor. The cabin looked older than I imagined. It was small, maybe 2 rooms, made of rough logs darkened with age and moss creeping up the walls. The windows were dusty, the glass cracked in a few places, but the door was solid and shut tight. I parked my car under some trees nearby and started unloading. I didn't want to waste daylight, so I went straight inside. The smell hit me immediately: old wood, damp earth, and something faintly metallic, like rust or old blood. It wasn't overwhelming, but enough to remind me that no one had been here for a long time. The floor creaked under my boots. Dust floated in the beams of light coming through the windows. Inside, there was a stone fireplace on one wall, blackened with soot. The chimney looked like it hadn't been used in years. Against one wall was a small table, 2 wooden chairs, and a broken cabinet with missing doors. The other room was darker, the door barely hanging on its hinges. I didn't bother going inside yet. Outside, the forest stretched endlessly. No roads, no trails, just trees and the faint sound of a stream somewhere close by. The quiet was almost unnatural, like the forest was holding its breath. I set up my sleeping bag near the fireplace, stacked some dry wood I found outside, and started a small fire. The smoke curled lazily up the chimney, and the warmth spread through the room. It was peaceful at first, the kind of peace you only get when you're really alone. As night fell, the forest changed. The wind whispered through the trees, leaves rustling softly, but sometimes there was a sudden crack, a branch breaking or something bigger moving in the dark. I didn't see anything, but I felt watched. Not in a ghostly way, just that sharp awareness you get when you're somewhere you shouldn't be. The first night passed without incident, though I didn't sleep well. Every little sound made me jump. Around 2 a.m., I woke to a scraping noise outside, like something was dragging across the dirt. I froze, heart pounding. The sound stopped, then started again, slow and deliberate. I grabbed my flashlight, ready to check, but when I pulled the door open just a crack, there was nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, just the quiet forest. I chalked it up to an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, and went back to bed. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The next day, I explored more. The area was thick with undergrowth, and the trees stood so close it was hard to see more than 20 feet. I followed the sound of the stream I'd heard, using it as a landmark to keep my bearings. The water was clear and cold, running over smooth stones. I knelt and drank some, the cold water waking me up. Back at the cabin, I noticed something strange. On the ground near the back door were fresh footprints. Not animal tracks, human definitely boots, maybe work boots or something heavy. They came from the edge of the trees and stopped right at the door. There were no marks going away, like whoever was there left and came back in or disappeared without leaving a trace. I scanned the woods carefully, feeling exposed. The sky was still bright, so whoever had been here wasn't hiding well. But I didn't see anyone. I took out my phone to call, but no signal. No bars, just dead silence. The sun was setting again when I decided to lock up and stay inside. I piled more wood on the fire and sat close, listening. The scraping came again after dark, slower this time, and then footsteps moving just outside the window. I shined the flashlight toward the noise but saw nothing except waving branches and dark shadows. I wasn't scared yet, just cautious. I told myself it was probably a hiker or a hunter passing through. The woods could be used by all sorts of people. Still, the feeling in my gut was tightening. On the third day, I went further into the woods, trying to find a path or some sign of civilization. I was carrying my backpack, a small hunting knife in my belt, and the flashlight in case I stayed out too late. The trees thinned a little, and I found an old, broken-down fence, half buried in moss and dirt. I pushed through some brush and saw remnants of an old logging camp, rusted tools, scraps of metal, and the skeletal remains of what looked like an old shed. The place was abandoned for decades, judging by the decay and plants growing through everything. But then I spotted fresh trash, a plastic water bottle crushed on the ground, a newer-looking lighter, and a bit of fabric stuck on a nail. Someone had been here recently. My heart quickened. Whoever was around here wasn't just passing through. They were staying, watching, maybe even living off the land. I hurried back to the cabin before dark, feeling the weight of eyes on my back. When I got inside, I locked the door and shoved a chair against it for extra security. The fireplace was cold, so I started a fire again. I stayed up most of the night, flashlight in hand, watching the windows. I heard branches snapping, the scraping sounds, and sometimes low moans or breathing carried by the wind. It was impossible to tell if it was animal or human, but something was definitely out there. The next morning, I found something I hadn't seen before. A small note slipped under the door. It was handwritten, the paper crumpled and dirty. I unfolded it carefully. The message was short, just 2 words, "Leave now." My hands shook as I read it. No signature, no explanation, just a warning. I thought about packing and leaving immediately, but the nearest road was miles away, and I had no idea which way to go. Plus, the forest was dense and confusing. I knew if I tried to walk out without a plan, I could easily get lost. So I stayed put, trying to stay calm. I checked my supplies. I had enough food and water for a few days if I rationed. I considered calling for help again, but no signal. That day, I kept the windows covered with blankets, sealing every crack to block sight inside. I barricaded the door further, piling heavy furniture in front of it. Every noise outside made me jump. Every shadow looked like a threat. At one point, I heard voices, low, hushed, outside in the dark. They were so close, maybe 10 feet from the cabin, but I couldn't make out the words. The voices faded after a few minutes, replaced by silence. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the fire with my knife ready, listening for any sound. The next morning, I found more signs that someone had been close. A handful of dirt scattered across the porch, fresh footprints around the cabin, and one of the windows was cracked, like someone had tried to pry it open. I felt trapped, like I was being hunted. I spent the whole day watching the woods, trying to figure out what to do. I thought about hiking back, but I had no compass, no map, and no signal. The forest felt endless. That night was worse. Around midnight, the door rattled, hard and fast, like someone was banging to get in. I tightened my grip on the knife and stayed silent. The banging stopped after a few minutes, but then came heavy footsteps circling the cabin, moving back and forth slowly, like they were looking for something. I stayed awake until dawn, listening to every sound, too scared to close my eyes. The late afternoon sun was fading as I pulled the old truck off the gravel road, dust swirling behind the tires. The narrow path leading to the cabin was almost swallowed by thick forest on both sides, pine and fir trees towering, their dark green needles casting long shadows over the uneven ground. I had driven here many times before, but this trip was different. I wanted solitude, a place far from phones, people, and the constant hum of city life. The cabin was in the middle of nowhere, a tiny wooden shack my grandfather had built decades ago, now mine after he passed. I didn't want company or distractions, just a week to myself. The truck bounced over roots and rocks, the suspension creaking under the weight of my gear. I spotted the cabin ahead, its weathered wooden boards faded to gray from years of sun and rain. The roof sagged slightly, and the porch looked like it might collapse under a heavy step, but it was home to me for the next few days. The smell of pine and earth filled the air as I parked beside the cabin and stepped out. I unlocked the door with a heavy, rusty key I found in an old tin box at the back of the cabin. The door creaked open slowly, the hinges groaning like they hadn't been used in months. Inside, the cabin was dim but warm, the sun filtering through dusty windows, casting long golden beams on the wooden floor. Dust floated in the air, settling on the small wood stove and the simple furniture. A sagging armchair, a low table with chipped paint, and a bed covered in a faded quilt. I set down my bags and opened the windows to let fresh air in. The forest sounds filled the cabin. Distant bird calls, the rustle of leaves, and the occasional snap of a twig. I hadn't realized how quiet it was here, how different from the city noise I was used to. The plan was simple: live off the grid, fish from the nearby lake, and read old books I'd brought. I'd started to feel the constant tension from work and life peel away, replaced by a strange calm. The first night passed with nothing but the usual night sounds of forest creatures. The stars were clear and bright, the Milky Way stretching overhead like a ribbon of light. The next day, I explored the area more carefully. There was a small path that led to the lake, maybe a half-mile from the cabin. The water was cold and clear, reflecting the sky like a mirror. I spent hours fishing, sitting on rocks, watching the occasional splash as fish broke the surface. There was no one around, no sounds of cars or planes, just the whisper of the breeze through the trees. But as the second night settled in, something felt off. It wasn't anything I could explain easily. No strange noises or shadows, just a creeping unease I couldn't shake. I double-checked the locks on the cabin doors and windows before going to bed, the old wooden floor creaking beneath my steps. On the third day, I found something strange near the lake. Half buried in the mud was a small piece of fabric, dirty and torn. It looked like part of a jacket or shirt, but I didn't recognize it. I kept it with me, thinking maybe it was from an animal or an old piece of camping gear left behind by someone else. Later, while gathering firewood, I noticed something else. The stacks of wood I'd carefully arranged the day before were scattered. Not knocked over, but spread around in a way that looked deliberate, as if someone or something had been moving them. I stood still, eyes scanning the tree line, but no one was there. The wind was calm, and the only sounds were my breathing and the distant water lapping against the shore. That evening, the feeling of being watched crept back. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. I checked the area around the cabin with my flashlight. Nothing was there. No footprints, no signs of animals large enough to cause the disturbance. Still, the woodpile remained scattered, like a puzzle that wasn't finished. I decided to sleep with the cabin door locked and a small hunting knife on the bedside table. The nights were cold, and I wrapped myself in the quilt, my mind spinning with small worries. On the fourth day, I woke early and headed to the lake again. While fishing, I caught a glimpse of movement near the far shore. A figure crouched low, hidden among the trees. I blinked, but it was gone when I looked again. No boats, no people I could see. Back at the cabin, I noticed fresh footprints in the mud near the back door. They were large, heavy, and uneven, definitely not animal prints. The pattern was strange, almost like someone was trying to walk quietly but kept stumbling. I felt my heart race and immediately checked the cabin's perimeter. The woods were silent except for the wind. The sun was still high, but I decided to stay inside for the rest of the day. That night, I heard something outside, a faint scrape, like someone dragging a heavy object across the ground. It stopped suddenly. I sat up, straining to listen. The cabin felt small and fragile against the vast darkness outside. I didn't sleep well. The next morning, I found deep scratches on the outside of the cabin walls, long and jagged. They hadn't been there before. The wood was gouged, as if something with claws had attacked it. My mind raced. Could it be a bear? But bears don't usually attack structures like this, and the scratches were too high in places. I thought of mountain lions, but I'd never heard of them damaging cabins like this. I spent the day reinforcing the cabin as best I could with spare boards and nails I found in the shed. I also set up some traps with cans and string to alert me if someone tried to sneak close. As night fell, I realized I had to accept something. I was not alone out here. Whether it was an animal or a person, something was watching, maybe waiting. On the 5th day, I woke early to the sound of the firewood pile crashing down again. The traps I set had been triggered. Cans lay smashed on the ground. My blood ran cold. Whoever or whatever was doing this was bold, moving around close to the cabin. That morning, I decided to explore further along the path to see if I could find any clues. About a mile in, I found a small clearing with a makeshift campsite. There were remnants of a fire pit, a torn tarp, and more scraps of clothing similar to what I found at the lake. Nearby, I spotted old footprints, heavy boots, leading into the trees, away from the cabin. They looked recent, maybe from the past few days. I felt anger and fear mixing inside me. Someone had been living near the cabin without my knowledge. The idea made my skin crawl. I hurried back to the cabin, eyes peeled for movement. I locked the doors again and spent the evening checking my supplies and weapons. That night, the noise came again, not from the forest but from the roof. I heard slow, heavy footsteps above me. The cabin was old and had a small loft, but no easy way to get up there from the outside. I grabbed my flashlight and a metal pipe I kept nearby and went outside, shining the light on the roof and the trees around me. Nothing. No footprints on the roof, no signs of climbing. The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was worse than any noise. I sat awake until dawn, too tense to close my eyes. By the 6th day, I knew I couldn't stay in the cabin without a plan. Whoever had been near here might be watching right now. I gathered my gear and prepared to leave, but the truck wouldn't start. The battery was dead. My heart sank. I was stuck. I searched the cabin for anything to fix the truck, but I had no tools or parts. The nearest road was miles away. The forest around me suddenly felt like a trap. That evening, as the sun dipped low, I noticed fresh footprints leading right up to the cabin door again. This time they were different, smaller, lighter, almost careful. I stared at them for a long time. I barricaded the door as best I could with furniture and boards. Around midnight, I heard a soft tapping on the windows, slow and deliberate. My pulse hammered in my ears. I stayed silent, holding my breath, clutching the metal pipe. The tapping stopped. The rest of the night was unbearable. Every shadow outside seemed alive, every sound magnified. I kept thinking about what might be out there, watching, waiting. Morning finally came, and with it a strange calm. I checked outside. The barricades were still in place, but the footprints were gone. The battery was still dead, but I remembered a trick my grandfather taught me. Sometimes cold weather kills batteries, but if you jumpstart it with another vehicle, it might start. There was no other vehicle here, but I could try to push it down the hill toward the main road, then flag someone down. I spent the day pushing the truck down a gentle slope, resting often. It was exhausting. The forest around me felt oppressive, but I forced myself to focus. By late afternoon, I reached the gravel road. I waited, waving for hours, but no cars passed. I spent the night beside the truck, locked inside, listening to the dark. The next morning, a pickup truck finally came by. I ran waving my arms until it stopped. The driver looked concerned but helped jumpstart my truck. I drove away fast, looking back only once at the dark woods that had held me captive for a week. In the weeks after, I kept thinking about what had happened. There was no clear explanation. It was early October when I decided to get away from everything for a few days. The city noise, the constant buzz of work, the endless stream of people. It all felt like too much. I had no plan, really, just the urge to disappear for a bit, somewhere quiet and far from anyone else. I picked a cabin I found online, a small rental tucked deep into the woods of northern Vermont. The pictures made it look perfect. A rough-hewn wooden structure, surrounded by tall trees that were just beginning to change into autumn colors. Red, yellow, orange, like a fire frozen in place. I left after work on a Thursday, driving north for hours. The road narrowed and twisted as I got closer to the spot, winding through dense forest with no sign of civilization for miles. The sun was dipping low by the time I pulled into a gravel driveway in front of the cabin. It was smaller than I expected, but cozy looking. The front porch sagged a little, and the paint on the window frames was peeling, but the whole place had a solid feel. No internet, no phone signal, just wood and dirt and trees. Inside, the cabin was dark but clean. There was a little kitchen with a gas stove, an old refrigerator humming quietly, a table with 4 chairs, and a tiny living area with a couch and a fireplace. Upstairs was a loft with a bed and a small window that looked out onto the forest canopy. I unpacked a few things, made some instant coffee, and sat by the window for a while, watching the last light slip away. The first night was quiet, almost peaceful. The only sounds were the wind in the trees and the faint creak of the old cabin settling. I was half expecting to hear some animal noises, but the forest seemed oddly still. It felt like the world had paused just for me. The next day, I explored a bit. I followed a trail behind the cabin that led into the woods. The trees were thick, their branches tangled high above, and the ground was covered in crunchy leaves. The smell of wet earth and pine was strong. I walked for a couple of miles, just breathing in the quiet and feeling the cool air on my face. When I turned back, I noticed something odd: small, shallow footprints pressed into the soft dirt near the trail. They were too small to be from a deer or other large animal, but they weren't human either. I paused, scanning the forest floor carefully. Nothing else seemed out of place, and the footprints disappeared into thicker brush. I shrugged it off and went back to the cabin. That night, I lit a fire in the fireplace and settled in with a book. The wind had picked up, rattling the windows and shaking the walls. At one point, I thought I heard a branch tap against the roof, but the forest outside was so dark, I couldn't see anything beyond the faint flicker of the firelight inside. On the third day, I started to notice little things that made me uneasy. The front door, which I was sure I'd locked tight before going to bed, was slightly ajar when I woke up. I was certain I had closed it all the way because I remembered the click of the old rusty latch. But the door was open just enough for a sliver of cold morning light to seep inside. The cabin wasn't warm, and the cold air bit at my skin. I closed the door firmly and checked the locks again. Nothing seemed disturbed inside. Later, when I went out to gather some firewood, I found a pile of sticks and small branches laid neatly in a circle near the edge of the clearing behind the cabin. It looked like someone had tried to make a campfire, but it was old, maybe a few days or a week, and completely unused. There were no footprints around it this time, no sign anyone had been there recently. Still, it didn't make sense. If someone had been here, why leave a fire like that, and why not leave any other trace? That evening, the wind blew harder. The trees groaned, and the branches scratched against the cabin like fingernails on wood. I kept the fire going longer than usual, trying to push away the chill that had settled in my bones. Around midnight, I woke to a sudden sound, a soft thud, like something heavy hitting the side of the cabin. My heart jumped, and I sat up quickly, listening. Nothing else followed. I got out of bed and crept to the window. The moon was a thin crescent, barely lighting the forest beyond. I scanned the dark trees, trying to see anything moving, but there was nothing. I stayed there for a long time, frozen in place, until finally the silence settled again. The next morning, I found more strange signs. On the porch steps, someone had left a single, clean stone, smooth, round, about the size of a fist, It hadn't been there before. I was sure of it. I'd walked those steps at least 3 times since I arrived, and the stone wasn't there. I looked around for footprints or tire marks or anything unusual, but the forest floor was scattered with leaves, and everything looked the same. It was like the stone appeared out of nowhere. I picked it up, turning it over in my hand. There was nothing written on it, no marks, no stains, just cold and smooth. That day I felt watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but no one was there. When I was in the loft, I thought I heard soft footsteps below, but when I checked, the cabin was empty. I wasn't imagining it. The sounds were real. I just didn't know what they were. That night, I barely slept. Every time I dozed off, I woke to some noise, a rustle outside, the creak of wood, the soft scraping of something against the wall. I kept the fire burning low and sat by the window, staring out into the dark, waiting for dawn. When morning finally came, I decided to pack up and leave. Something was wrong here. The quiet had turned into a weight, pressing down on me. The woods no longer felt like a refuge. They felt like a trap. I started loading my gear into the car, checking every corner of the cabin one last time. Then outside, I noticed footprints, fresh ones, human, barefoot, muddy. They circled around the cabin's clearing, weaving between the trees, then disappeared back into the forest. I followed them a few steps, but they faded into the leaves and dirt, lost in the thick woods. The strangest part was how close they came to the cabin but never went right up to the porch or front door. It was as if whoever made them was keeping watch from a distance, waiting or watching without making their presence known. I jumped into my car and started the engine. The gravel driveway cracked and rattled under the tires as I pulled onto the road. The engine sounded louder than usual in the still air, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. As I drove away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, watching the cabin grow smaller behind me. When I looked again, I thought I saw a figure standing near the edge of the trees, just beyond the clearing. The figure didn't move and was too far to see clearly, just a dark silhouette against the lighter sky. I didn't stop until I reached the next town, a small place with a gas station and a diner. I sat in the car for a long time, hands gripping the wheel, heart still pounding. I thought about calling someone, the police maybe, but what would I say? That someone had been watching me in the woods? That I found weird signs but never saw who left them? I spent the rest of the day in the town, avoiding going back into the forest. When I finally did return home, I made sure to double-check my locks, and I kept the lights on all night. It's been a few weeks since then. I haven't gone back to that cabin, and I don't plan to. I called the rental company and asked if anyone else had stayed there recently, or if anyone reported anything strange. They said no. The cabin was booked last month but not recently, and there were no complaints. I'm not sure what I encountered there. It wasn't a ghost or a monster or anything supernatural. It was something real, and that's what scares me the most. Someone was out there watching, waiting. Maybe they wanted to scare me away. Maybe they had been living in the woods near the cabin, unseen for who knows how long. The forest can hide a lot. It's easy to feel safe when you're alone in nature. But it's also easy to forget that nature doesn't just mean trees and animals. It means people too. People who might not want to be found. People who watch without being seen. Now, when I think back to those nights in the cabin, the cold air, the strange sounds, the footprints in the dirt, I remember how small and vulnerable I felt. And I realized that sometimes the scariest thing is not what you see, but what you know is out there, just beyond the trees, waiting in silence. The cold air hit me the moment I stepped out of my truck. The gravel crunched under my boots, and the smell of damp pine needles mixed with the faint scent of smoke from a distant campfire settled in my nostrils. It was late October, and the forest around the cabin was alive with the fading colors of fall, fiery reds and burnt oranges stretching as far as I could see, the ground beneath a thick carpet of fallen leaves. The cabin itself was a rough wooden structure tucked into a small clearing, surrounded on all sides by tall, dense trees. I'd driven for hours that day, winding through mountain roads that grew narrower and more isolated with every mile. I was tired, but the thought of finally reaching the cabin gave me some energy. This place wasn't fancy. It was old, really old, built by someone decades ago, maybe a hunter or a trapper from the look of it. No electricity, no running water, just the basics. I'd found it listed for rent online, and I figured it would be the perfect spot to get away from everything, to clear my head. The key had been taped under the porch rail, just like the instructions said. I unlocked the door and pushed inside, the hinges creaking loudly in the quiet. The smell of old wood and musty air filled the space. Inside, the cabin was small. A single room with a wood stove against the back wall, a rickety table with 2 chairs, and a bed pushed into the corner. The windows were grimy but let in enough light to see the dust floating in the air. It wasn't much, but it was mine for the next 3 days. I dropped my backpack by the door and moved toward the stove. There was a small pile of firewood stacked neatly nearby, and a few matches on the table. I set to work lighting the fire, the flame catching quickly and casting a warm glow around the room. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows and causing the trees to sway. It made the cabin feel small and vulnerable, like it was just a thin barrier between me and the wild. I pulled off my jacket and settled in with a can of beans I'd brought, heating it on the stove while I watched the shadows stretch across the walls. The silence was thick, the kind you don't get in the city or even in the suburbs. It was the silence of being truly alone in nature. I planned to spend the first day hiking, maybe checking out some trails I'd read about nearby. But by the time I finished eating, the sun was dipping low, and the chill in the air had deepened. I stepped outside, wrapped in my jacket, to take a quick look around. The trees pressed in close, their branches scratching at the sky, and the ground was uneven and covered with dead leaves. On my way back to the cabin, I noticed something strange near the edge of the clearing. A series of small, broken branches, like something heavy had pushed through the underbrush. The marks didn't look recent, but I couldn't tell how old they were. It was probably nothing, just an animal trail, deer or maybe a bear. I shut the door behind me, the lock clicking into place, and tried to push the uneasy feeling out of my mind. The fire crackled, and I piled more wood on it. Darkness crept through the windows, thick and impenetrable, and I realized how far away I was from everything. The first night passed without incident. I slept on the narrow bed, the sounds of the forest echoing around me. The rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the occasional snap of a twig. In the morning, I woke early, the weak sunlight filtering in and casting long shadows across the floor. I decided to explore the area more carefully. After breakfast, I grabbed my backpack, filled my water bottle, and stepped outside. The forest was different in daylight, less ominous, more alive. Birds flitted between the branches, and the crisp air was fresh and cool. I followed a narrow path I'd spotted yesterday, winding deeper into the woods. For hours, I wandered, taking in the sights and sounds, watching squirrels dart through the trees and listening to the steady crunch of my boots on the dry leaves. The trail eventually opened up onto a small stream, the water clear and cold, trickling over smooth stones. I knelt by the edge, cupping my hands to drink. The cold shocked me awake. I didn't see anyone else the whole day. No other hikers, no campers, just me and the forest. As afternoon faded into evening, I headed back to the cabin, the weight of solitude settling on me once again. The sun dipped below the treeline, and the temperature dropped quickly. That night, as I lay in bed, the fire almost burned out, I heard something, a faint noise outside, like a soft thump, followed by a rustling in the underbrush. My heart jumped. I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon. Still, I got up and checked the windows. The forest was black beyond the glass, but there was movement, a shadow slipping between the trees. I locked the door again and went back to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. Every small noise made me tense, waiting for something to happen. Eventually, exhaustion took over. The next morning, I found the front door scratched. Not deeply, but enough to leave marks on the wood. My stomach tightened. I'd never thought much about how isolated this place was until now. The cabin was miles from any road, and cell service was spotty at best. If something went wrong, help wouldn't come quickly. I spent the day trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. I stayed near the cabin, gathering firewood, checking the perimeter. The forest was quiet except for the occasional bird call. I found more broken branches and flattened underbrush signs near the back of the cabin, closer than before. It wasn't animal behavior. It looked like someone had been moving around there. That night, the wind was stronger, howling through the trees like a warning. I stayed up late, sitting by the fire with a kitchen knife in my hand. The dark outside felt alive. Around midnight, I heard footsteps, soft, deliberate, coming from the woods near the cabin. I froze, heart pounding, straining to listen. The footsteps stopped just outside the clearing. Then silence. After what felt like an eternity, I grabbed my flashlight and crept to the window. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but empty trees and swaying branches. I stayed awake the rest of the night, too alert to sleep, the knife clenched in my hand. Morning came with a gray sky and cold drizzle. I checked the door. More scratches. This time, there was also a single footprint in the wet dirt, a boot print large and heavy. It wasn't mine. Someone had been here. Panic started to build. I thought about leaving, but my truck was stuck on a narrow, muddy road down the hill. The rain had made the dirt slippery and unstable. I couldn't risk trying to drive back until the road dried out. I spent the day barricading the door with a thick branch and stacking more firewood against the windows. I checked my supplies, food, water, matches. Enough for a couple more days, but no way to call for help. That night, the footsteps returned. This time, louder and closer. Something or someone was circling the cabin. The sounds of branches breaking, leaves crunching, heavy breathing maybe, but it was impossible to be sure. I pressed myself against the wall, knife ready, heart hammering. Hours passed like this, the presence never leaving, just lurking in the shadows outside. Just before dawn, the footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was heavier than any noise. I didn't sleep, only waited for the first light. When morning came, I found the door pushed inward slightly. The branch I'd wedged there knocked loose. Someone had tried to get in. I gathered what I could and prepared to leave. My mind was racing. Who was out there? What did they want? The forest was supposed to be safe or at least empty. But now I knew better. I made my way carefully down the hill, avoiding the muddy parts of the road as best I could. My truck was half buried in wet earth, tires spinning uselessly when I tried to move it. I was trapped. For the next 2 days, I stayed in the cabin, listening to the footsteps outside, the scratching on the walls, the feeling of being hunted. I barely ate, barely slept. On the third day, I decided I had to try something else. I packed a small bag with essentials and started walking down the hill toward the nearest ranger station I'd marked on my map, about 5 miles away. The forest was thick and difficult to navigate, but I pushed through. Every crack of a branch or snap of a twig made me jump, expecting someone to appear from the shadows. After hours of walking, I saw the ranger station, a small building with a satellite dish and a few parked trucks. I stumbled in, exhausted and dirty, and told them what happened. They took me seriously. A search party was organized immediately to check the cabin and surrounding area. When they returned, the news was chilling. The search team found fresh footprints around the cabin, much larger than mine, and signs of a campsite nearby. Someone had been living in the woods for weeks, maybe longer. There were discarded food wrappers, empty cans, and makeshift shelters. The most disturbing detail was what they found inside the cabin. A crude knife stuck into the doorframe, deep gouges in the wood, and what looked like a message scratched into the floorboards. Just a few letters, barely visible. Go! No one would. The sun was dipping low behind the thick pine trees as I pulled my old Jeep onto the narrow dirt road leading to the cabin. I had found the place listed online, a little outpost tucked deep into the forest, far enough from the nearest town to feel completely isolated, but close enough that help wasn't impossible to get. I wanted a weekend away from everything. No city noise, no internet, no distractions. Just me, the woods, and an old cabin to sleep in. The drive was slow and bumpy. The road was littered with potholes, tree roots cracking through the dirt, and dead leaves crunching under my tires. The forest felt dense, the trees growing thick and tall, their branches weaving into a dark canopy that blocked much of the fading light. I'd been here once before, years ago, when I was younger and camping with friends, but never this deep in the woods and never alone. The quiet felt heavy. I parked beside the cabin just as the last glow of daylight disappeared. The cabin was small, simple, rough wooden planks, a stone chimney with no smoke rising, and a narrow porch with 2 creaky chairs. It looked like it hadn't been used in months. The door was unlocked, just as the listing said. I stepped inside and was hit by a strong smell of damp wood and dust. The air was thick and stale, but it was still shelter. I set my bag down and started to unpack. Inside, the cabin was sparse but functional. A small kitchen area with a rusty old stove, a worn wooden table with 2 chairs, a narrow bed against the wall covered with a faded blanket, and a fireplace with some old, blackened logs. There were no lights except for a single bulb hanging from the ceiling, and the windows were dirty but intact. I found a box of matches and a small lantern on the shelf, which I lit carefully. The yellow light flickered across the rough walls and cast long shadows. I spent the first hour gathering firewood outside. The forest floor was thick with dry branches and fallen logs, perfect for a fire. The cold was settling in quickly, and the wind whispered through the trees, making the cabin groan softly. I built a decent fire in the hearth and sat close to the warmth, feeling the rough heat on my face as the smoke curled up the chimney. Dinner was simple: canned beans heated over the stove, dry bread, and a bottle of water. I ate quickly, too restless to savor the meal. Outside, the night was complete. No distant city lights, no sounds of cars or planes, just the crackling fire and the soft rustle of leaves. After dinner, I stepped outside for a moment, letting the cold air fill my lungs. The moon was just a thin crescent, barely lighting the dark forest around me. The stars were sharp, twinkling above the treetops, but the woods felt huge and endless. I could hear small animals scurrying in the underbrush, a rabbit maybe, or a raccoon. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted softly. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat by the fire with my journal and a pen. Writing calmed me, made the silence less heavy. But even with the fire glowing, I felt eyes on me, like the forest was watching. It was a silly feeling, but it stuck. I checked my phone, no signal. I knew that going in, but it added to the sense of being completely cut off. I had told no one exactly where I was, wanting to escape. But now, alone in this dark cabin, I started wondering if that was wise. The wind picked up, rattling the windows. I covered the cracks with old towels I found in a closet, hoping to keep the chill out. The fire burned low, and I refilled the lantern with oil. The cabin was so quiet that even the smallest sounds seemed loud. The creak of the floorboards, the snap of a twig outside, the distant howl of a coyote. I tried to sleep, but the bed was hard and uncomfortable. I lay awake, listening. At some point, I thought I heard footsteps outside, slow and deliberate. I froze, heart pounding. But after a while, the sound faded. Maybe it was just my imagination or an animal moving around. Morning came with weak, gray light seeping through the grimy windows. I felt stiff and cold, but the fire had burned down to ashes. Outside, the forest looked different in daylight. Less threatening, but still dense and wild. I made coffee on the stove, its bitter smell filling the cabin. Outside, I planned my day, explore the nearby trails, gather more wood, and maybe fish in the stream I'd spotted earlier. As I stepped outside, I noticed the ground was soft and muddy from last night's rain. I walked toward the small creek that cut through the forest about a quarter mile from the cabin. The water was clear and cold, trickling over smooth rocks. I fished with a simple line I had brought, but caught nothing. The forest was alive with birdsong and the occasional rustle of leaves. By afternoon, I decided to explore a bit deeper into the woods. The trees grew even closer, and the path became less clear. I found an old, broken fence covered in moss, and what looked like the remains of a small clearing. There was a faint smell of smoke, but no fire. As I walked, I thought about how isolated I was. No people for miles, no way to call for help if something went wrong. It was peaceful in a way, but also a little frightening. Returning to the cabin as the sun sank low again, I noticed something odd. The door I had locked firmly that morning was slightly ajar. A chill ran down my spine. I was sure I had locked it. I checked the windows and locks again. Nothing was missing. I told myself maybe the wind had pushed the door open. It was old and warped, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. That night, I kept the fire burning longer and the lantern lit. Every creak and snap in the cabin made me jump. At one point, I thought I heard whispering outside, but when I strained to listen, it stopped. I didn't sleep well, waking every hour to check the door and windows. The next day, I found footprints in the muddy dirt path near the cabin. They weren't animal prints, too big and spaced like a person's. They circled the cabin and disappeared into the woods. I hadn't seen anyone around, no cars or other signs of people. Whoever had been there wasn't far. My nerves started to get the best of me. I kept thinking about the footprints, the door open at night, and the sounds. I didn't want to be trapped in the cabin with someone outside watching. Late that afternoon, I heard something outside the window, a heavy thud against the cabin wall, then silence. I grabbed a flashlight and peered outside. No one was there, but the forest seemed even darker, colder. I checked my bag for the small pocket knife I always carried, feeling safer holding it in my hand. The rest of the evening passed with me jumping at every noise. I didn't eat much. My mind was spinning with every possible scenario, every bad thing that could happen out here. Around midnight, the storm started. The wind blew hard, rattling the cabin, and rain pounded on the roof. Thunder growled in the distance. I was thankful to be inside, but the storm trapped me there. The door banged against the frame with every gust, and I could hear water running outside, maybe a small flood starting from the creek. At one point, the power in the lantern went out. I was left in complete darkness except for lightning flashing outside. My heart pounded as I lit the matches to relight the lantern. The storm raged all night. Water seeped through cracks in the walls, dampening the floor. I kept the fire going as best I could, but the smoke made me cough. I was soaked and cold, shivering. Morning finally arrived, and the storm had passed. The forest was wet and quiet. I stepped outside to find the path nearly washed out by the rain. The footprints I had seen before were gone, washed away by the flood. I was relieved but still uneasy. I packed up my things quickly. The cabin no longer felt like a refuge. I wanted out. Driving back was slow. The dirt road was slippery and muddy. At one point, my Jeep got stuck in a deep rut. I had to get out and push, slipping in the mud. The forest was still wet and dripping, but the air smelled fresh. When I finally made it back to the main road and saw the first sign of civilization, a gas station with its bright lights, I felt a rush of relief so strong it made me nearly cry. Looking back, the cabin trip was supposed to be a peaceful escape. Instead, it turned into a tense, lonely battle against my own fears and the unknown. The woods were quiet, yes, but there was something about being so isolated that made every sound and shadow feel dangerous. I never saw anyone there with me, never found out if someone had actually been near the cabin or if I was just on edge. But the footprints, the open door, the noises, all real enough to leave their mark. I'm glad I left when I did. Sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters or ghosts. Sometimes it's the emptiness, the silence, and the feeling that you're not alone, even when you are. I never planned to spend a night at that cabin. It was something I fell into more by accident than by choice. I'd been driving late at night through the mountains, trying to get back to the city after a weekend hiking trip with some friends. We had all left early, but I had stayed behind to pack up and finish a few things. The drive back was supposed to be straightforward, but a wrong turn on a sketchy forest road led me deep into the woods, far beyond where I wanted to be. It was past midnight, the sky dark and thick with clouds, hiding the stars and moon. The only light came from my car headlights cutting through the thick trees lining the narrow dirt road. I didn't know where I was. My phone had no signal. The GPS was useless. I wasn't worried at first. I've done plenty of solo hiking and camping trips before, but as I drove on, the road grew rougher, the trees closer, the air colder. At some point, the dirt road ended at a small clearing. There was a single cabin there, made of weathered wood, dark and old. I could barely see it in the dim light, but the faint shape was unmistakable. It looked abandoned. No smoke from a chimney, no lights inside, just the lonely silhouette of a cabin sitting in the middle of nowhere. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach as I stepped out of the car. The wind was quiet, just the soft rustling of dead leaves and the occasional distant call of an owl. The air smelled like pine and damp earth. I tried the car door again. It was stuck. The key had broken off inside the ignition. Great. No phone, no GPS, and now a busted car in the middle of nowhere. I decided I had no choice but to stay at the cabin until morning. I had a small backpack with some food, a flashlight, a pocket knife, and a lighter. The cabin looked like it had been empty for years, but it was the only shelter I could find. The front door creaked when I pushed it open, the hinges groaning like a tired old animal. Inside, the air was stale, thick with dust and the smell of mold and rot. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet, and cobwebs hung from the corners. The cabin was small, maybe 2 rooms. The main room had a rusty stove, a broken table, and some scattered broken furniture. The second room was a tiny bedroom with an old mattress stained and torn. There was a cracked window with a curtain ripped in half. I looked around, my flashlight beam cutting through the shadows, but nothing looked usable for starting a fire or fixing the car. No kindling or dry wood inside, just dirt and dust. I sat on the mattress, my back against the wall, trying to think of what to do next. The night stretched on, and the silence around the cabin was heavy. Not the kind of silence you get in a city or a crowded place, but a complete, total quiet that pressed against your ears. The forest seemed to be holding its breath. Every small sound, a twig snapping, a branch tapping against the cabin, felt amplified in the stillness. After a while, I decided to check the outside of the cabin more carefully. Maybe there was some firewood or something I could use to make a signal or keep warm. I took my flashlight and stepped outside again. The ground was soft and damp underfoot. Around the cabin, fallen leaves and pine needles covered everything. There was no clear trail or path leading away, just thick forest stretching in every direction. Near the back of the cabin, I found a pile of old logs stacked against the wall. They looked dry enough to burn, but when I tried to lift one, it crumbled in my hand. They were rotten and brittle, no use for a fire. I looked around for any rocks or anything sharp to use as a tool, but found nothing better than my pocket knife. As I turned to head back, I noticed footprints in the dirt. They were fresh, a single set, leading away from the cabin into the trees. They looked like boot prints, large and deep. My heart jumped. I wasn't alone out here. Whoever had been here left not long ago. But why? And were they coming back? I shined my flashlight into the forest, but saw nothing except darkness and shadows. The night seemed to stretch endlessly. I was cold, tired, and hungry. I tried to settle in the cabin, but every creak or groan from the old wood made me jump. The wind started picking up, rattling the window frames and sending dead leaves swirling around outside. I covered myself with an old, moth-eaten blanket I found in the bedroom and tried to sleep. But sleep didn't come easily. Every few minutes, I'd wake up to a noise, a rustle outside, a distant animal call, the soft crunch of footsteps somewhere in the forest. The footprints outside replayed in my mind. Someone had been here, maybe still was. At one point, I got up and checked the door. It was locked from the outside. That meant whoever had been here didn't want anyone coming in. But why? The thought unsettled me. Was I trespassing somewhere dangerous? Did someone use this cabin to hide? I paced the room, my flashlight in hand, trying to keep calm. I thought about leaving, but the door was locked tight, and the windows were small and barred by old wooden slats. Even if I tried to break a window, I didn't have the strength or tools to do it without hurting myself. Around 4 a.m., the wind died down, and the forest grew silent again. I sat by the window, watching the sky slowly lighten with the first signs of dawn. As the gray light spread, I saw more clearly what surrounded the cabin. Thick trees, moss-covered rocks, and a narrow stream trickling nearby. It was a beautiful place in daylight, peaceful and untouched. I decided to explore the area near the stream, hoping to find something useful: food, a way to get water, or even a trail leading back to the main road. I left the cabin quietly, my flashlight off now that the sun was rising. The forest was damp and cool, the ground soft beneath my boots. The stream babbled quietly, clear water running over smooth stones. I knelt down and drank a little water, feeling the cold liquid revive me. I noticed berries growing on some bushes nearby, but I didn't recognize them. I remembered reading about poisonous berries and didn't want to risk it. Instead, I collected some dry sticks and twigs near the bank. As I turned back toward the cabin, I saw something strange. A faint trail of disturbed earth leading away from the stream deeper into the forest. It wasn't an official path, but looked like it had been used occasionally. My heart beat faster. This might be my way out. I followed the trail slowly, careful not to make noise. The trees thickened, and the underbrush grew denser. At times, I had to push branches aside or step over fallen logs. The forest felt alive in the morning light, with birds chirping and insects buzzing. After about 30 minutes, I heard the faint sound of a vehicle. It was distant, but definitely a motor engine. I followed the noise carefully and soon came out onto a gravel logging road. Relief flooded me. I was close to civilization. I walked along the road for another hour until I finally saw a car parked near a small ranger station. I approached cautiously and was able to get help. The ranger called a tow truck for my car and gave me a ride back to the nearest town. When I returned to the cabin days later with a mechanic, we found the car exactly where I left it, but the key was hopelessly broken. The cabin remained untouched, quiet, and lonely. No one was living there. Later, I learned that the cabin had been used as a hunting outpost decades ago. The footprints I found probably belonged to hunters or hikers passing through. The area was known for occasional poachers and people who liked to disappear for a while, living off the land. The locked door was likely to keep out strangers or wild animals. That night, trapped in that cabin with no way out, I felt fear like never before. Not from ghosts or monsters, but from being completely alone and helpless in the middle of nowhere, with no communication and no control over what might happen next. It was the kind of fear that sinks deep into your bones. But I also learned something important. In those woods, nature was the only thing real and constant. The shadows, the silence, the cold, they were just part of the wilderness. The real danger came from being unprepared and isolated. That experience changed me. I never take safety or preparation for granted anymore. And if I ever find myself lost or stranded again, I know now to stay calm, observe carefully, and trust my instincts to find a way back. I never planned to spend a night at that cabin. It was more of a last-minute decision, one of those things where you think, why not? I'd been driving all day through the mountains, chasing some quiet time, away from city noise and everything that felt suffocating. The road had been twisting, narrow, lined by tall pine trees that looked like they'd been standing there for centuries. I had no solid plan, just a vague idea to find a spot to rest, maybe a cabin if I was lucky. The sun was dipping low, burning orange and red behind the hills when I saw the dirt road. It split off from the main path, barely noticeable between the trees, like it had been there forever but forgotten by most. At the end of the road was a small, weathered cabin. It looked abandoned, or at least it hadn't been cared for in a long time. The wood was gray and cracked in places, the windows dusty and dark, but it stood firm, strong in that rugged way old things do, like it was holding its ground against time and weather. I parked the car on the side and grabbed my backpack. The air was chilly already, the smell of pine and damp earth thick and fresh. I walked up to the cabin, the ground soft beneath my boots, scattered with dead leaves and small sticks. The front door was locked tight, but the latch on a side window was broken, hanging loose. I pushed it open and climbed inside. The cabin was small, maybe 2 rooms. The floorboards creaked underfoot. Inside, Everything was coated in dust and dirt. There was an old metal stove in the corner, a rickety wooden table covered in a thick layer of grime, and a couple of folding chairs stacked in the corner. Cobwebs hung in the corners near the ceiling, and the air was cold and still, carrying the scent of mildew and something faintly metallic. I decided to stay. I needed a place to rest, and there was no way I was going to drive back down that dark road. I had some supplies in the car: a flashlight, a small camping stove, some canned food, and a blanket. I cleaned out the stove, managed to light a small fire with some dry twigs I found outside, and started heating water for instant coffee. The cabin was quiet except for the fire crackling and the occasional creak from the old wood settling. Outside, the forest was alive with night sounds: the rustling of small animals, the distant call of an owl, the whisper of the wind moving through the branches. It was peaceful, but it also made me feel small and exposed in a way that I wasn't used to. I tried to settle in for the night, spreading my blanket on the floor near the stove. The fire was low but warm. I could feel the chill creeping in around the edges of the cabin, especially near the windows, which rattled slightly from the wind. I wasn't scared yet. It was just cold and quiet. Then, around midnight, things started to feel different. I woke up because I heard a noise. It wasn't loud, but it was there. A soft thump, like something heavy but slow moving outside. At first, I thought it was just a branch falling or an animal moving around. I sat up, listening carefully, my heart starting to beat faster. The thump came again, steady and slow, coming from outside the cabin near the back. I grabbed my flashlight and crept over to the window. Peering out, I could barely see anything except the dark shapes of trees and bushes swaying in the moonlight. I stepped outside, flashlight in hand. The cold air hit my face hard. I scanned the ground nearby, but there was nothing. No footprints, no fallen branches. Just the same dark forest stretching into the night. I went back inside, but the feeling stayed with me, like something was watching, waiting. I locked the window and moved to close the door securely, double-checking the old latch. The fire had died down, and the cabin was colder now. I started a small fire again and sat as close to it as possible, my mind restless. I tried to rationalize everything. Maybe an animal, maybe the wind, but the thumping noise didn't feel like either of those. It felt deliberate. Around 2 a.m., the thumping started again. Only this time, it was louder and coming from the front door. I froze, heart hammering in my chest. I didn't want to look, but I knew I had to. Slowly, I moved toward the door, gripping the flashlight tightly. The thumping stopped. For a moment, there was only silence. Then I heard something else. A low scrape against the wood of the door, like nails or claws dragging slowly down the surface. It made the hair on my arms stand up. I shined the flashlight on the door. The beam showed long, shallow scratches carved into the wood, fresh-looking and jagged. I hadn't seen them before. They were too big to be from a small animal. I backed away, fumbling for my phone in my pocket to call for help. No signal. I checked the windows again, scanning the outside with the flashlight. Nothing moved. I spent the next hour pacing the cabin, flashlight on, waiting for the first light. At dawn, the forest looked normal again, quiet and empty. I went outside to look for signs of whatever had been there. The ground was soft from last night's rain, and I noticed deep footprints in the dirt near the door. They were big, too big for a person, wider and heavier. I took pictures with my phone. I packed up as quickly as I could, ready to leave. The strange noises, the scratches, the footprints, they all made me want to get as far away as possible. As I drove back down the dirt road, I looked in the rearview mirror. For a moment, I thought I saw a dark figure standing at the edge of the trees, just beyond the road, watching me leave. But by the time I blinked, it was gone. That night wasn't just a random experience. It made me realize how vulnerable we are out in the wilderness. I thought the forest was peaceful, but it holds dangers we can't always see or understand. Weeks later, I did some research about that area. Turns out, the place where I parked and stayed was near a spot known for illegal activities. Drug operations, people hiding from the law, sometimes violent encounters reported but never confirmed. The strange footprints and noises? Probably someone or something lurking around, watching for anyone who wandered too close. It wasn't ghosts or fairy tales. It was something real and dangerous, something human, maybe desperate, and definitely not welcoming. I've never gone back. I don't plan to. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I stayed longer or if that figure I saw in the trees hadn't disappeared. It was the kind of night that makes you question your safety, even when nothing overtly happens. The cabin still stands there, forgotten and weathered, but to me, it's a warning, a place where you should never linger, no matter how quiet it looks on the surface. Because sometimes, the scariest things aren't monsters or spirits. They're the real threats hiding in the dark, watching, waiting, and ready to act. I decided to spend a weekend at a remote cabin in the woods. It was something I'd wanted to do for a long time. Get away from the noise, the city, everything. I didn't want distractions or company. Just me, the forest, and a few days of peace. The cabin was about 3 hours from the nearest town, deep enough in the woods that cell service was weak or non-existent, and the roads were nothing more than rough dirt tracks. I'd booked the place online, a small wooden cabin built sometime in the 70s, owned by a man who lived in a town miles away. The listing said it was rustic but well kept. I packed my gear, a few changes of clothes, some food, water, a lantern, matches, a basic first aid kit, and my backpack. No electronics except my old camera, since I wanted to take pictures of the forest and maybe catch some wildlife shots. The drive out was slow. The last 30 minutes were over bumpy dirt roads lined by thick trees. I could see how easy it would be to get lost out there, and I reminded myself to pay attention to the path when I walked later. When I finally arrived, the cabin was smaller than I imagined but sturdy, built with rough logs and a tin roof. It sat in a small clearing surrounded by tall pines. The only sounds were birds and the wind rustling through branches. I parked beside the cabin and stepped out. The air smelled of pine needles, earth, and moss. It was quiet in a way that felt different from the city's silence. Deeper, heavier. I unlocked the door and went inside. The interior was simple. There was a small kitchen area with a wood stove, a table, and a couple of chairs. A narrow staircase led to a loft where the bed was. A small window let in the fading light. I set my stuff down, lit the stove, and unpacked my food. I made myself a simple dinner of canned beans heated on the stove and some bread. After eating, I sat by the window and watched the last light fade from the sky. The woods darkened and the night crept in like a thick blanket. That first night, I slept lightly. The sounds of the forest at night were strange. Branches cracking, animals moving, the occasional bird call. I felt the walls of the cabin creak in the wind. It was peaceful but also unfamiliar. I knew I was alone, with nothing but the forest around me for miles. The next day, I planned to explore the woods. After breakfast, I put on my boots, grabbed my camera, and walked down a narrow trail that led from the cabin deeper into the forest. The trail was faint, overgrown in parts, but I followed it carefully. The trees were tall, straight pines mostly, with thick underbrush. The ground was damp in places from recent rain. As I walked, I noticed signs of wildlife, bird tracks, fresh deer prints, and occasional scat. I stopped often to take pictures of mushrooms, leaves, and the way light filtered through the canopy. The forest was alive and quiet in a way that felt ancient, like it had been untouched for decades. A few hours in, I realized I'd wandered farther than I intended. The trail had become harder to follow, fading into natural paths created by animals. I didn't panic, but I did mark my route carefully by breaking small branches and making notes on a map I had brought. I wanted to avoid getting lost. After some time, I came to a small clearing with a shallow creek running through it. The water was clear and cold. I knelt down and took a drink, then refilled my water bottle. The clearing felt calm and remote, the kind of place where you might find a rare animal or a perfect quiet moment. I took some pictures, sat on a mossy rock, and rested for a while. I started back toward the cabin, feeling satisfied with the day's hike. But as I retraced my steps, something felt off. The forest seemed darker, denser. The wind had picked up, making the branches rattle loudly overhead. I checked my map and compass, but they seemed to confirm I was on the right path. That's when I noticed something strange. About 50 feet ahead, where the trail curved around a large oak, I saw a shape. At first, it looked like a fallen log or a pile of brush, but as I got closer, I realized it wasn't natural. It was some kind of structure, maybe a makeshift shelter or a crude hut made from branches and leaves. It was poorly built, but large enough to stand in. I stopped a few yards away and looked closer. The shelter was messy, with bits of cloth and torn fabric hanging from the branches. Inside, I could see signs of recent use: a few empty cans, a half-burnt fire pit, and some footprints in the dirt. Whoever had been here didn't care much about hiding it. I didn't want to get too close. I wasn't sure if it was abandoned or if someone was still living nearby. The forest felt less friendly now. I decided to head back quickly, but as I turned to leave, I heard something: a low rustle, a snap of a twig. I stopped, heart pounding. The sound came from behind the shelter. I peered around cautiously but saw nothing. The wind carried the noises away. I told myself it was probably an animal, deer or maybe a fox. I hurried back down the trail, glancing over my shoulder a few times. The sky was starting to darken, and I wanted to be back before nightfall. The wind had picked up more, and the trees groaned as they swayed. When I reached the cabin, I locked the door behind me and lit the stove. I kept the lantern burning, feeling a bit uneasy. I ate a quick dinner and sat in the chair by the window, watching the forest beyond. The silence was different now. It felt heavier, more oppressive. That night, I barely slept. Every noise seemed louder: the crack of a branch, the rustle of leaves, the distant howl of an animal. Around midnight, I woke to a sharp noise outside. It sounded like something heavy hitting the side of the cabin. I lay still, heart racing, listening. There was silence for a moment. Then the noise came again. Something was definitely out there. I reached for my flashlight and crept to the door. Peering out through the window, I saw nothing but the dark trees swaying in the wind. I didn't open the door. I didn't want to see whatever it was. I stayed awake the rest of the night, waiting for dawn. The next morning, I went outside to inspect the cabin. On the side where I'd heard the noise, I found deep scratches on the wooden wall. They looked fresh, jagged marks made by something sharp or heavy. The ground beneath was disturbed, with footprints leading away into the woods. They were large, wider than any animal tracks I'd seen. I took pictures and examined the prints. They looked human, but the size was off. They were too big for any normal person. I felt a chill but tried to stay calm. Maybe it was someone playing a prank, or maybe hunters passing by. I decided to spend the day in the cabin, keeping close to it and avoiding the woods. I didn't want to risk another encounter. I stayed alert, listening for any sounds or signs. That afternoon, while chopping wood near the cabin, I noticed a pile of rocks arranged oddly near the edge of the clearing. They looked like a marker, not something natural. I moved closer and saw bits of trash: old food wrappers, broken bottles, and what looked like a crude trap made of wire and sticks. It was clear someone had been living nearby, maybe even watching the cabin. The thought made me uneasy. I had no idea who or why. As night fell again, the tension grew. I stayed inside, locked the door, and kept the lantern burning. The wind howled through the trees, and the darkness pressed in on the cabin. Every sound seemed amplified: the creak of the cabin, the tapping of branches, the distant howl of an animal or maybe something else. Around midnight, I heard footsteps outside. Slow, deliberate, they circled the cabin. I pressed myself against the door, trying not to make a sound. The footsteps stopped, then moved away slowly. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I sat by the window watching, waiting. Morning came and brought light, but not relief. I was trapped in a place where I didn't feel safe. I packed my things quickly and prepared to leave. As I walked to my car, I felt eyes on me from the woods. I didn't look back. When I got back to the main road and turned on my phone, the signal came back. I called the owner of the cabin and told him about the strange signs and noises. He wasn't surprised. He said other renters had reported the same things before. People living in the woods nearby, watching the cabins, sometimes getting aggressive or territorial. The area was known to have illegal squatters or hunters who didn't like visitors. I realized then that the forest wasn't haunted by ghosts but by real people, people who wanted to keep their space hidden. The scratches on the cabin, the footprints, the traps, all signs that I had stumbled into someone else's territory. It wasn't a ghost story, but it was scary enough. The idea that someone might be watching me in the dark, waiting, made my skin crawl. I've never gone back to that cabin. The forest can be beautiful and peaceful, but it can also hide dangers you don't expect. Not spirits, but people. And sometimes that's worse. I didn't expect this trip to turn into what it did. It started out like any other weekend getaway. Just me, a cabin, and the woods. Nothing fancy, nothing planned beyond some hiking, reading, and fishing by the nearby lake. I wanted to get away from everything for a couple of days, to clear my head and disconnect from the noise of the city. The cabin was tucked deep in the woods, maybe 2 hours' drive from the nearest small town. I had found it online. A little rental spot with rough wooden walls and a tin roof that creaked when the wind blew. It was nothing special, just a modest cabin with basic furniture. An old wooden table, a few chairs, a rickety bed frame, a small fireplace that looked like it hadn't been cleaned in years. The place smelled like damp wood and pine, and a hint of mold lingered in the corners. It felt quiet, peaceful, and exactly what I needed. I arrived just before dusk. The sun was already dropping behind the trees, turning the sky orange and pink. The gravel road leading to the cabin had potholes and loose stones, the kind that made the car bounce. I parked next to the cabin and stepped out, stretching after the drive. The air was crisp and smelled of pine and earth. I could hear birds chirping faintly in the distance and the soft rustle of leaves. The silence was heavy, but in a good way. Inside, the cabin was colder than I expected. I lit the small propane heater and unpacked my things. There was an old lantern hanging on the wall, so I tested it, filling it with fuel and lighting it. The soft yellow glow filled the room, pushing back the dark corners. The windows were covered in a thin film of dust, but through them, I could see the tall trees standing still, their branches silhouetted against the twilight sky. After setting up my sleeping bag and laying out some food, I stepped outside to take a quick walk. The forest was dense and darkening fast. I followed a narrow dirt trail that led away from the cabin, crunching over dry leaves and twigs underfoot. Somewhere nearby, a creek gurgled quietly. I stopped and listened. The woods felt alive but calm, like they were holding their breath. I made my way back before it got fully dark, eager to get the fire going inside the cabin. Back inside, I prepared a simple dinner of canned soup heated on the small gas stove. The flames flickered beneath the pot, casting long shadows on the walls. After eating, I sat near the fireplace and stacked some wood, trying to get a fire going. The wood was damp, and the smoke drifted into the room, making my eyes sting. Eventually, the fire caught and crackled, filling the room with warmth and a comforting orange light. As the night deepened, I noticed the sounds outside changed. The birds were quiet now, replaced by the distant howls of coyotes and the occasional snap of branches. The wind picked up and whispered through the trees, rattling the window panes. I felt a faint unease but told myself it was just the isolation playing tricks. I settled into my sleeping bag near the fire, the heat keeping the cold at bay. I flipped through a book, the only light coming from the fire and the lantern. The cabin felt safe in its own way. Still, every now and then, I'd catch a movement outside, a shadow slipping between trees, and my heart would jump. But there was no one out there, just animals or maybe the wind. Sometime after midnight, I woke up suddenly. The fire had died down to embers, and the room was cold and dark except for the faint moonlight filtering through the windows. I heard it again, a soft sound, like footsteps on gravel outside the cabin. I froze, listening hard. The sound was slow and steady, walking near the edge of the cabin. My mind raced. Maybe it was a hunter or a local checking the area, or maybe an animal. I grabbed the flashlight I kept on the table and pointed it toward the window. The beam of light cut through the darkness but didn't catch anything moving. The footsteps stopped. Then I heard a low rustling, like someone or something crouching in the brush. I could feel my pulse hammering in my ears. The forest had gone completely silent, like it was watching me. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself it was probably just a raccoon or a deer. But then I remembered the stories the cabin owner had posted online, how some people passing through had said they felt watched or heard noises at night. I had brushed it off as overactive imaginations. Now, sitting alone in the dark with the flashlight, I wasn't so sure. I shut off the flashlight and huddled near the fireplace, rubbing my hands together. The firewood was nearly gone, and I didn't want to leave the safety of the cabin to get more wood in the dark. Minutes stretched on. I kept hearing faint sounds, the crackle of dry leaves, the soft scrape of feet. My imagination started filling in shapes outside the window, figures standing just beyond the tree line, barely visible. When the first light of dawn crept through the windows, I was exhausted and tense. I got up and checked the perimeter of the cabin. The gravel near the front door was disturbed. Fresh footprints pressed into the dirt and small stones. They looked like human footprints, boots with thick soles. But there was no sign of anyone else around. I went back inside and locked the door. My phone had no signal, which I expected, so I couldn't call anyone. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. Whoever had been outside the cabin last night hadn't come to speak or announce themselves. That silence was worse than anything. The rest of the day, I kept my eyes and ears open. I packed my backpack with essentials in case I had to leave quickly: water, some food, a knife, and a small first aid kit. The cabin was still standing, the windows intact, but I kept checking the locks. I stayed mostly inside, avoiding the woods as much as possible. By late afternoon, I noticed something else. A broken branch hanging just above the window on the side of the cabin. It looked like it had been cut or snapped recently. Could have been from the wind, but it also looked deliberate, like someone had been near the window. That night, I barely slept. I kept hearing the same noises outside. This time, the footsteps circled the cabin, moving slowly, almost methodically. The hair on the back of my neck stood up every time a branch snapped or a stone shifted. I stayed as quiet as possible, clutching the knife I had brought, waiting for the first light. When morning came, I made a decision. I wasn't going to wait around. I packed up quickly and checked the cabin one last time. I found a small pile of discarded cigarette butts near the back door and some empty beer cans crushed underfoot. Someone had definitely been here, possibly staying close by for days. The drive back was tense. I kept glancing into the rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights behind me or a car following on the narrow road. The whole way, I was aware of every sound: the crunch of tires on gravel, the wind against the car, the distant calls of birds. Once I reached the town, I stopped at a gas station and called the local ranger station. I told them about the footprints and the signs of someone lurking near the cabin. They said they would send someone to check it out, but when I told them I was leaving immediately, they understood. Weeks later, I heard from the cabin owner. They had found evidence that someone had been living rough near the cabin. Makeshift campsites in the woods, empty bottles, and even an old, rusted knife hidden under some logs. The police were involved, and they suspected a transient person had been using the area for shelter. I never went back to that cabin. Even though nothing violent happened to me, the feeling of being watched and the footprints outside that first night never left me. I couldn't shake the thought that someone had been so close, maybe just outside the window, watching me without making a sound. That kind of fear isn't about ghosts or legends. It's about the very real danger of being alone and vulnerable in the woods, where you can't always see who's out there, but you know you're not the only one. The first time I saw the cabin, it looked just like any other abandoned cabin in the woods. Weathered, quiet, and hidden among the thick pines. I had been planning this solo trip for months. Just me, a couple of days away from city noise and people, tucked deep in the forest, where my phone barely got a signal and the only light came from the stars and my campfire. I was looking for peace, maybe some time to think. What I got was something else entirely. I found the cabin about half a mile off the main trail, It was an old hunting cabin, or at least it looked like one. The logs were rough, chinked with moss and some kind of clay that had dried and cracked over time. The roof sagged in the middle, and the windows were boarded up with weathered planks, some of which had fallen away or were half rotten. I guess no one had touched this place in years. I thought it was perfect to shelter me for the night if the weather turned bad. The first day was normal enough. I hiked in early morning with my pack, just enough food for 2 days, water purification tablets, a small tent, and basic camping gear. The forest was dense, dark, and smelled of pine and earth. I moved slowly, listening to birds and the occasional rustle of squirrels. The air was dry but fresh. When I reached the cabin, I dropped my bag and circled the place, looking for anything useful. There was an old stone fire pit with a few blackened logs, a metal bucket rusted through, and a small pile of broken branches nearby. I set up my tent a few feet from the cabin, figuring it would be easier to use the cabin if the rain came. The sun was dipping low when I started collecting firewood. The ground was thick with needles and leaves. I gathered enough dry wood to keep a fire going through the night. As the light faded, I built a small fire near the cabin's front door, and it gave me a cozy feeling. I ate some canned beans warmed by the fire, then sat watching the flames. That's when the first odd thing happened. Around dusk, while the fire crackled, I heard something, not a normal forest sound. At first, it was soft like footsteps, but slow and deliberate. Not a squirrel or deer or even a fox. I froze and stared into the shadows beyond the firelight. The forest was still, except for the faint rustling of leaves in the breeze. I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon, but it didn't feel right. The footsteps were heavy, measured, as if someone was pacing just beyond the tree line. I didn't want to look, but curiosity got the better of me. I slowly scanned the tree line with my flashlight. Nothing. I shrugged it off and crawled into my tent. The fire was still warm, and I kept the flashlight on. But sleep was uneasy. Every few minutes, I thought I heard the same footsteps, like someone was walking in a circle just outside the firelight, then stopping. By morning, I convinced myself I was imagining things. Maybe the cabin or the area was messing with my mind. I made coffee on a small portable stove, ate some granola bars, and decided to explore the area. About a quarter mile from the cabin, I found an old, barely visible dirt road, overgrown with weeds and fallen branches. I followed it for maybe 100 yards before it ended abruptly at a small clearing. There was something there, but I couldn't place it immediately. Near the center of the clearing lay a rusted-out truck. Its body caved in and the windows shattered. The tires were flat, and the whole thing looked like it had been there for decades. What caught my attention was a faded license plate. I managed to make out part of it, and an old hunting rifle leaning against the driver's side door. I crouched to inspect it but didn't touch anything. The ground around the truck was disturbed, like someone had moved through recently. There were footprints, but they weren't fresh, more like animal tracks. Still, something felt off. I decided to head back to the cabin. On the way, I noticed something strange. The forest was unusually quiet. No birds, no insects, no rustling leaves. It was the kind of silence that feels unnatural, like the world is holding its breath. Back at the cabin, I inspected the front door again. It was secured with a thick wooden bar, but the door itself hung loosely on its hinges. I pushed lightly and it creaked open, revealing a small, cramped room coated in dust and cobwebs. Inside, there was a rickety wooden table, a broken chair, and a small wood stove that looked like it hadn't been used in years. Against one wall lay a pile of old, moldy blankets. I decided not to stay inside the cabin but use it as a backup shelter. I kept my tent set up outside. That night, the footsteps returned. This time, they were closer, circling the cabin itself. I sat awake for hours watching the fire flicker. My flashlight was always in my hand. The sound was slow, heavy, and sometimes paused for a few seconds before starting again. I never saw anyone, but I felt watched. At one point, the sound stopped altogether. I thought I could finally rest, but as I lay in my sleeping bag, just on the edge of sleep, I heard a sudden scraping noise against the cabin's wooden wall. Slow, deliberate, like someone dragging their nails or a stick. My heart hammered in my chest. I gripped the flashlight tighter and sat up. The fire was just embers now. I shone the light on the cabin wall. There were long, deep scratches gouged into the wood, fresh and raw, like someone had clawed at it with a sharp object. I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, I inspected the scratches carefully. They were about 3 feet long and deep enough to splinter the wood. I tried to imagine what could have done it. A bear, maybe? But bears don't usually scratch in straight lines, and this looked purposeful. I decided to pack up early and leave. But before I could do that, I noticed something else. Near the fire pit on the ground was a small pile of sticks arranged in a rough square, as if someone had tried to build a cage or a frame. It looked recent, the sticks were green and snapped cleanly. That was when I realized I was not alone here. Someone else had been coming to this place, maybe watching me. I packed everything quickly and started back down the trail. As I walked, I kept looking behind me, half expecting to see a person or something worse. But the forest remained silent. A few minutes from the cabin, I found more evidence. On a tree, about eye level, someone had carved letters into the bark. "Go back." The letters were jagged and crude but unmistakable. Fear was starting to creep in. I was alone, miles from help, and someone was clearly warning me off. I picked up my pace. The path back was steep in places, and I had to be careful not to slip. Every shadow seemed to move in the corner of my eye. Every rustle made me jump. Then, about halfway back to the main trail, I saw it. A figure standing among the trees, just beyond the edge of the path. I froze. The figure didn't move but looked human, tall, wearing dark clothes, maybe a jacket and a cap. The light was dim, so I couldn't see a face. I didn't stop or look directly. I just kept walking quickly, heart pounding, trying to keep my voice calm inside my head. The figure stayed still as I passed, then slowly disappeared behind the trees. I reached the main trail and didn't look back. The rest of the hike back to my car was nerve-wracking but uneventful. Once I was on the road and driving away, the tension started to fade. That night, in the safety of my home, I tried to make sense of it all. The cabin was abandoned, but someone had been nearby, maybe watching or warning me. The scratches, the arranged sticks, the carved message, the figure, none of it felt supernatural, but it was definitely human. I looked up the area on maps and old forums. The cabin was on private land, supposedly restricted, and marked no trespassing. Some hunters and local residents mentioned the area was known for illegal activity, drug cultivation, sometimes squatters, and occasionally people hiding from the law. I realized that whoever had been there might not have wanted a stranger poking around their spot. The warnings were real, and they weren't friendly. I never went back. Since then, I've been more careful when choosing camping spots. I know the wilderness isn't always quiet or empty. Sometimes the scariest thing is just knowing you're in someone else's territory, someone who doesn't want you there, and that they might be watching you closer than you think. The forest isn't haunted by ghosts, but it holds secrets darker than any storybook. That cabin, it was a warning in itself, and I was lucky enough to see it before it was too late.